Hey, good evening, everyone. This is Nitin. I'm your moderator for the panel on EduTech and HealthTech, the new frontiers. Let's first thank Denise and the excellent Denise team on coordinating this event with Digital Week Online. Today is day 3 of the Digital Week, and it's focused on digital transformation. Let me give you a quick introduction on myself. I represent Alchemy. I'm the country head for Alchemy in India. Alchemy is a core tech company based out of Washington, DC. Based on our high demanding environment, we built an end-to-end data lifecycle product based on open source standards and very active in the domestic Indian market as well as our principal area in US. And so looking forward, for insights on both the interesting and very critical sectors on education and healthcare. And I think today we're going to see the intersection of role of technology in both education and healthcare. We all know education is a fundamental for achieving full human capital, full human potential, and developing an equitable society and national development. So very excited. Welcome you all, and let's begin with a quick introduction for everyone, maybe about 2 to 3 minutes about your organization, your key roles, and some a minute of insight on the given topic. So let's begin with Mr. Malik. Aditya sir.
Thanks, Nitin. Hi, everyone. I'm Aditya Malik. I am CEO and Managing Director of a EdTech company in higher education space called Talent Edge. We work out of India, and we work with a lot of Ivy League colleges in India and international colleges to offer degree and certification programs across multiple geographies. These are predominantly focused on for working professionals and early professionals, and across multiple domains, be it traditional domains like HR, marketing, finance, or the new age domains like business analytics, marketing analytics, and deep learning, etc. So we are completely digital, both live synchronous and asynchronous, multiple products available on our platform. We have been in business for last 10 years, and about 70-75% of the business comes from India, and about 25% business comes from international markets. Predominantly in international, predominantly it's North America and a couple of Middle East regions. That's what we do. Today, EdTech with this pandemic has become all the more come in the limelight and has become more mainstream. For want of a better word, I will use the word mainstream, because we in the EdTech business always, it was very close to our heart. We love EdTech, but now what has happened is with pandemic, with everybody forced to go online, it has suddenly become a norm. Earlier, EdTech used to be secondary post the physical classroom. It has become an accepted norm, and that is the biggest benefit we have all got of pandemic, that it's a normal way of learning, it's a normal way of doing, and it's acceptable way of learning, especially in a country like India and other developing economies where the gross enrollment ratios as well as the enrollment of people is enrollment of students and availability of good teachers is low. This is the way forward. We are looking forward to using more and more technology to enhance the learning experience of our students, and happy to be in this panel with other colleagues on the panel, and look forward to an interesting discussion in next about 45 minutes or so. Thank you, Nitin. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. So we're very excited, and we have a couple of interesting questions which I'm sure audience would like to understand from you on the EdTech. But let me move on to Dr. Tanush Nandan. Sir, please a quick introduction about yourself.
Thanks, Nitin. Hi, good evening, everyone. It is evening in India. I'm Tanuj Nandan. I am a professor of finance at Motilal Nehru National Institute of Technology, which is located in Prayagraj, India. And in addition to my academic responsibilities, I also look after certain aspects of academic administration. I'm Associate Dean of Academics. But also very importantly, I sit in the placement office. So I am faculty in charge training and placement. And my office has the responsibility of getting placements for all the students who pass out of this institution. That's quite a good number. But in that capacity, I get to see a lot of what is happening in the industry. So the buzz that is going around, or what are the trends. And I've seen digital transformation happening primarily from a financial perspective, because the payment space has really changed over the past few years. But also, if since we are talking about education technology today, I had been observing this change for the past 5 or 6 years. There were more and more companies, some of them well established and some of them in the startup mode, who were approaching us for graduates, for manpower requirements. But equally interestingly, our students are very well informed, and they're saying that please look for jobs in the education technology sector for us. So poised for a major growth in any case. But like Aditya just mentioned, the pandemic gave it a push. Now, pandemic really, in my opinion, is an aberration, but it did teach us a lot of things, particularly from the viewpoint of the educators. I think the educators, we the teachers in established institutions, we are more resistant to change, and that's why we were quite happy going about business as usual. But when the pandemic happened, we started experimenting initially with the technologies, and then we started growing used to it, and then over a period of this last 1 year, we've become accustomed to it. We are comfortable with it. So that has, in fact, given a boost to education technology. And I think going forward, there's huge amount of scope. The primary advantage, I think, of education technology stems from the fact that people can learn at their pace, because different people have different pace at which they learn. They can learn as per their own timings. So people who are already employed can go ahead and get certifications. You can learn from some of the best institutions in the world. So I have students who are getting certifications from, you name it, and good universities in the world. So Johns Hopkins, MIT, European Union, UK, all of these excellent institutions. So the certifications that they get, and that certification today is the way forward. So it's what helps people survive. So the kind of certifications they're getting are really meaningful. And then they have the ability to choose all the courses which they seem fit. So it's a wide choice. So I think education technology has made a huge amount of difference, and we'll take it up in the panel discussion. So thank you, Nitin.
Sure. So we agree on that. In fact, we in the corporate, we jokingly say that COVID-19 has, taken us 10 years ahead in terms of technology adoption. So it's not always the CIO or the CTO, sometimes it's the pandemic which helps the adoption of technology in our corporate world. So thank you, sir. So we'll come back on that. Rahul, a quick introduction about yourself, your long lineage across the world and consulting background, and now on the health tech side.
Thanks, Nitin. But after listening to Aditya and Dr. Nandan, I think I can't compete, right? So let's do that. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Rahul Handa. I am one of the founders of Marsha Healthcare. We began about 5 years back with the motherhood and apple pie problems of should a patient's data be, how do I get a patient's data to go from one doctor in one hospital to any other doctor in any other hospital? And as Nitin, you said, the pandemic has actually brought to fore the requirement of health tech, right? I mean, given the fact that India has a massive problem and a shortage of doctors to treat, it's actually brought health tech out. So when we began, there are 4 pillars to healthcare. There are care scheduling, which is, I want to meet up with, let's say, Dr. Malik on Wednesday at 4 p.m. Then the second part of it is the billing part to it. Okay, who's paying how much, whether insurance is paying or the government is paying, etc., etc. The third part is literally the delivery of care, which is when the doctor is able to sit in front of the patient and figure out what the symptoms are and be able to figure out what the diagnosis is, what the tests need to be done, what the medications need to be, and what needs to be the treatment plan. The fourth one is the preventive and wellness side, where we're talking about smoking cessation, alcohol and drug de-addiction, or weight management, or diabetes management, and things like that. So we don't do anything around the care scheduling and the billing side. Okay, we strongly believe that that is actually managed very well inside of the hospital because they are actually set up to do that. But that delivery of care, so that we can build out a lot more parameters around that interface between the doctor and the patient, is what is largely missing. So when we began this, as I said, the motherhood and apple pie statement was, I want the doctor's data to go from anywhere to anywhere. And that we realized building out a health information exchange was a simple thing. By the way, that has also been done now by NDHM, which is the National Digital Health Mission in India, which I strongly believe is a very, very strong and a very, very robust program. It is just going to take some time to roll out. So built out the health information exchange, realized that the health information exchange won't really work unless and until we have a longitudinal patient record. So perfect, let's build that out. Then we realized that, okay, just the patient record is not going to help unless the doctors actually enter data. From there, we had to also build in a schema where the doctors and the hospitals would be incentivized to use a system like this. So we had to build out a schema such that the system itself would be able to increase the throughput of the doctors and hence the hospital. Second part of it was, once the patient has walked in, from a connectivity and from a patient engagement perspective, how do I keep the patient inside the hospital? The third part of it, which was very, very important also, was how do I build a certain level of trust between the care delivery organization and hence the doctor and the patient, so that the patient doesn't necessarily feel that they're getting ripped off every time. And the fourth component of it was, if there is already an existing hospital information system or a telemedicine solution or any kind of an electronic medical record, how do I make it easy for the doctor to enter data? So very short and simple answer, we've actually, it took us about almost 3 years to build out a large database where for every specialization, I know what are the names of the diseases, and per disease, symptom 1, symptom 2, symptom 3, like that. And then associated with that is the test to be ordered, the treatment plans, and the medications. So the system that we've built out is meant for PHC, CHC, district hospitals, etc., so that the throughput of the doctor can increase while we start capturing out the data. And the long-term goal is to actually use big data, data analytics, AI, to come to a better sense of patient outcomes, right? Patient outcomes literally being, how do I figure out that that the patient has actually been treated? Okay, so all that is what we have been working on. So that's about it from my perspective.
Thank you.
Looking forward to being part of the team.
Yeah, it seems like a massive platform, and looks like a combination of both EMR and EHR, which both from the patient's perspective as well as from the hospital's perspective. But let's come back to it, because there's a thin line between EMR and EHR, and you seem to have covered, both from the customer's perspective as well as the hospital's perspective. So
Exactly.
So we'll come back on that. Thank you so much for that. Nanki, quick introduction.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Nanki Chadha, a sports and performance psychologist. My journey as a sports psychologist started about 6 years back when I was playing sport myself in India at the national level. And I found something missing in my sport, and that was the mental aspect. And specifically in India, I feel that is lacking into mental health within sports, which motivated me to go to the UK and get a master's in sports psychology from Loughborough University. And then I was more eager to understand where emotions are really created. How are they created? What are the factors that result in emotions within athletes or even individuals? which got me into research and went on to do a PhD, which I'm currently pursuing. I recently shifted back to India with the main aim of introducing sports psychology within the country because I feel mental health is extremely important. And now, after COVID, I think that's the second pandemic that we all are facing. Whether it's sports, whether it's any performance related area, or just in day-to-day life, I think it's really important. And COVID, although telepsychology, which is or teletherapy, has been there for decades, but actually the surge increased, the demand increased, and like any other field, even sports psychologists or counselors saw the transition from a face-to-face consultation to an online consultation. I would say there have been many advantages of that, but also there are other disadvantages in terms of ethics and data um, storage issues, which I'm going to discuss later in today's discussion. So yeah, so mainly I feel the transition has been extremely fruitful and is here to stay. But how we can make it more secure and a safe environment for individuals to come out and speak about mental health on online platforms.
Very well said, Nanki. I think you rightly said that the second pandemic we are dealing with is mental health, and would be interesting to see how technology can help scale and complement you as a consultant or the fraternity, the sports fraternity. But let's come back later on to that. So both are very interesting topic, edutech and health tech. But let's start with Aditya sir. I know the industry is healthy, double digit year on growth. And I think I'm talking about pre-COVID-19, and the COVID-19 has given a massive boost. And we during last 12-15 months we read a lot of acquisitions, new startup coming up into the space. But I think I'm going to start with a very basic question. How was during the initial days, how did you manage the transition from the chalk and board or chalk and talk to more like a click and learn, coming up with intuitive modules, getting people come online, and not only come online, maybe stay in the platform to complete the course. So let's just take a step back and, listen from you, the initial phase of edutech.
Sure, thanks, Nitin. So, the when we started the company, the edtech world was full of companies offering recorded lectures, right? From companies like Khan Academy, which had YouTube lectures and recorded lectures, and it was a self-study mode. And MOOCs, massive online open courses which were being offered for free, was the buzzword, and it was dependent on the learner to go do the self-study and come back, and the onus was on him and her to complete the course. And that is why suddenly the online education had a secondary status vis-a-vis the physical classroom, because it was assumed that the physical classroom is more engaging and you get more out of it from a learning experience than you're sitting in front of a computer and learning yourself. That's the first challenge we had to surmount. So the first thing we did was that the thought was that how can you give the same experience in online learning what you can give in a physical classroom, which means couple of things. The first thing was how you can make it live and interactive, so that the person delivering the education, which is a senior faculty member, and the person receiving the education sitting in multiple cities across the globe, are having the same experience as if they are sitting in a Ivy League college campus. So that's the first challenge, which means it's happening live and interactive. The second was including the network. One of the benefits of studying in Ivy League colleges, how do you network and how do you build a community so that the alumni network lives with you throughout your life. I'm an alum of so-and-so institute. You'll pick up the phone, talk to your colleagues and talk to your other fellow alums, and that build that network. How do you give that benefit? How do you give the benefit of peer-to-peer learning? How do you give the benefit of social learning, etc.? That is where we started. So, we were from a direct to device mode, we were the first one in India to get to that mode, where we created this complete platform and ecosystem where a student can do a XLRI Jamshedpur course without going to the Jamshedpur campus and actually be sitting wherever they are and going through the course live and interactive with the same rigor, be it the assessments, be it the quizzes, be it the question and answers, be it having the attendance as a mandatory process that you have to from 7 to 9, 2 days a week, particular day you have to sit in the front of a computer, etc. We build that complete ecosystem. So that was the first transition we went through, where people used to actually ask us and say, how will the learning happen online? How will I learn? So we crossed that, and happy to say that it was very, very fruitful, and students were willing to pay a higher fees for a live and interactive similar experience what they would have got in a classroom vis-a-vis the recorded lecture which was there. So that's how it worked for us, and that's how it all started.
So basically model the physical world in a virtual world with more interactions and community and the live environment. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Which breaks the monotony of the previous recorded based lectures.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah. Another quick question, sir. So with this model, and addressing the student teacher ratio and the scarcity of good faculty members. Now, does EduTech also helps, in the last mile education connectivity? So are you addressing more major 6 metros, or, the students are spread across India or globally? Yeah.
So when we started, predominantly we used to get students for top 6, 8, 10 cities, which is the metros and the mini metros. Today we get students from 281 cities across the country.
Wow.
The fairly equal mix between metros and non-metros. Earlier it was predominantly metros. In a country like India or other developing economies, in higher education we have a gross enrollment ratio of 26%, which in a developing economy like US, which is as high as 60, 70, in some cases 80% also in some places. Even a country like China, which is miles ahead of us, they are around 50, 55% in terms of GER. One of the reasons why Government of India and Tanuj sir will talk about it in some time is promoting online education is predominantly because this is the surest and the fastest way to deliver quality education to the last mile, Nitin, as you were just mentioning. So there is and especially in a country like India, where government is promoting inclusiveness in, for example, first thing Government of India has launched is about opening accounts for everybody, which is bank accounts for everybody, which is for people like us, it's a normal thing. We have accounts from when we started in college, but more than half the population didn't even have bank accounts or insurance coverage or medical coverage, health tech coverage, health insurance coverage. Similarly, education, inclusiveness, how do you get a person sitting in a remote village in India the same quality of education what a student sitting in Delhi would get, be it a school education, college education, or a higher education? I think that's the larger objective of this, and that is where truly the money lies from a commercial aspect also for organizations like us. Truly the money is in the profit is in the bottom of the pyramid, and that's where we all are headed. As of now, we have not gone to that level where we are completely inclusive and getting to a remote corner in villages of India, not because of the deficit in the model, but that's how slowly the market is expanding. As of now, as I said, we go to 280 cities, but we feel the way government is promoting is it next 2 to 3 years. The day is not far where literally, I use the word, we'll get students pin code wise. So, that zip code or a pin code wise, that's where the benefit is going to be. And that's where the real purpose of inclusiveness will get served.
Right. I agree. I think the volume or the purpose is the bottom of the pyramid, so that the education reaches the last mile. As you said, people sitting in the village should get the same quality of education, who are in the metros. So I think that's what the purpose of the national education policy is. And I'm going to move on to Professor Tanuj Nandan. Sir, Gyan, Pragya and Satya, for my global audience, the pursuit of knowledge, wisdom, and truth I think these were the foundation of the education in India, and the highest human goal in ancient Indian time as well. And I had a chance after we spoke during the day that the new education policy captures the same philosophy, but now addresses 360 degree on the last mile education, including edtech. So maybe few minutes insights on the new education policy by India. Tanu sir?
Okay, so that's really a good point, a good place to start, Nitin. The national education policy that we came up with last year, and it was an amazing job. I'll just take you through a very kind of a brief kind of a tour. So I don't think there was any secret about the fact that there's always room for improvement, but the kind of graduates that we are producing, we could have done better with that. Am I audible, Nathan?
Yep, yeah, I can hear you.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So, I think we started with some of the industry associations coming back and telling us, like NASSCOM came up with these figures about 15 years back, that even out of the technical graduates that we produce in India, I think 20% are employable as such, but 80% need to be reskilled. And then that figure started getting even worse. And if you leave aside students who come out from the top ranked institutions, there's a lot of scope for improvement. So we will look at it from that perspective for a long period of time, and we were trying to work on ways in which we could improve the quality of students. And I'll go back to what you asked. Well-rounded personality. So even in my institution, normally, when a company is done with its recruitment process, we take feedback from them, and the very few aspects of negative feedback we get include the fact that, okay, your students are good, they can definitely do with some work on their soft skills. So somewhere we need to round over, to have a larger kind of input of different aspects. And if you go back to what you were talking about, Indian education system was multifaceted. That's what I think what you quoted refers to. But how do you bring it into the curriculum? So the national education policy, what it does is it comes up with some really interesting and usable concepts. See, the policy is a vision, and we are still in the process of translating that into action, and done a lot of brainstorming on it. But some of the really important things, and particularly things that work very well with EdTech, are things like the concept of credit banking. So, a student is not necessarily limited to one institution or one mode of study. He can earn his credits, provided, of course, those credits are deemed worthy. But he can earn his credits from one place. He can exit at multiple points. He can re-enter at multiple points. So that is what the national education policy talks about. So a well-rounded personality, maybe someone who is, it's not a new concept, but we needed to include it in our curricula. So someone who is majoring in computer science or mechanical engineering should also know a little bit of theater or maybe finance. So that's what the national education policy talks about. I'll just I was refer back to what Aditya was talking about, and he touched a perfect chord when he talked about inclusiveness. Now, inclusiveness, we need to remember that 2/3 of our population lives not in urban areas but in rural areas. And the reason that we can sit
Tanuj sir.
down today and talk about digital transformation is because that transformation was already in place. Most of the developing countries have similar issues and they're at similar stage. What we did, and see, what a mobile phone allows you to do is to get internet connectivity to a very remote section of the country without making a lot of investment. And the second thing is that using a cell phone is better than using a PC in many aspects, because you know that in India, in the rural parts, electricity supply could be very iffy. So you do have scope to charge your cell phone and then use it throughout the day, but you probably will not be able to do the same with a PC or a laptop, and it requires more of a financial input as well. So we need to accept the fact that we need to be inclusive. Even in an institution like mine, I know that there are a lot of students who come from very underprivileged backgrounds, but those digital tools which we actually brought into existence across the country over the past few years have helped today that we can actually leverage those technologies. So all we are doing these days is using the technologies that we already had. So I think we need to keep that in mind. The revolution had been put into place long time back, and we are reaping the benefits today.
Right. I think the platform and the infrastructure was, EdTech is kind of leveraging on the internet economy. Like you said, using a cell phone is, better than having a PC because it requires less infrastructure on charging. And with the internet going to places, I think it's time now to drive, more education and healthcare application on top of it. Fantastic. Thank you, sir. And
Right.
we'll go back to it. Rahul, so very impressive. What you said in your introduction part. Just one quick point. So we know COVID-19, forced us to adopt technology. I myself have taken teleconsultations during that period. And so now, I think it's become, teleconsultation or e-health, as you say. So is it going to be the new normal? Like, I like to see my data, or I like my doctor to be informed before I even visit hospital or clinic. So I think I'm kind of into it that that's the way it's going to be. So is e-health or telemedicine the new normal, and that's where your product or your platform fits in?
So yes and no. Okay. So the reason I'm saying yes and no is because, see, generically speaking, the rule of thumb used to be that healthcare is about 10 years behind fintech. So health tech has always been like that. And that used to be the standard. So prior to being an entrepreneur, I used to work for Cognizant, before that with Ernst & Young, and then before that with Gartner Consulting in the US. I've been working primarily in the technology and the. So effectively speaking, I think that rule of thumb that we used to see as 10 years wide is actually shrunk a little bit, but not terribly large. Primarily because even though we would like to think that telemedicine is the new norm, telemedicine is not, right? To a large extent, it needs a lot more regulatory framework to be allowed to utilize those things. So to give you an example, if the first time when you meet up with a doctor on a teleconsult, they are not allowed to, by law, they are not allowed to prescribe a certain set of medicines, etc., etc. So even though there is an interaction that is happening, the first part is that there is a regulatory and a policy system that is there. The second part to it is that where fintech has always been, right? Literally around that entire concept of know who I am and then give certain permissions and have a very, very strong security and a consent framework for allowing you to use your credit card, debit card, etc., etc., has not really existed on the health tech side. The thing being that, for example, in India, we don't necessarily consider our health data to be sacrosanct. It's not something that I think is private. But your financial data you still consider to be extremely private. So what the good thing is happening is that the NDICM framework and all the new policy around how health is supposed to be put out is trying to, but there are still loads of lacunae in it. The other side to it is, for example, we say, I don't think that telemedicine is going to be normal. I frankly think that telemedicine might just go the way of the pagers that happened about 25 years back in India. They died out very fast because the newer thing came out, the cell phone. Now, at the same point in time, e-health, I believe, is a lot more requirement because in telemedicine, I can only see in an e-health model where there are some devices or whatever it is, I can actually know what your pulse is. I can
Yeah.
actually know what your temperature is rather than the patient reporting it. And by the way, world over, it's a common knowledge that patient-reported information is generally incorrect. And I'll give you an example. So you ask a smoker who smokes 5 packs a day, you say, hey, how many cigarettes do you smoke? And a doctor will always tell you that he will always say, oh, I just smoke 1 or 2 a day.
Yeah.
So there is that entire construct of it. So e-health is going to be the new normal. And I'm saying is going to be because there is lots of work to be done on that side. And that comes up with the other side that e-health cannot just be one thing. It has to cover the entire body of the person. And by body, I mean mind, heart, liver, gastro, everything. And it has to be towards the wellness program.
So is it a journey going from teleconsultation to e-diagnostic, getting your pulse and, other diagnostic using sensors, gradually coming up to be an electronic repository or a data on an individual so that the caregivers, have a holistic view on patient's health. So that's where we are going. That's what e-health you're saying, right? That's e-health.
Yeah. Yes, and the reason I say that will happen in the future is because yes, see, that is a more like a first world problem, right? Which means that I have enough doctors; they are all being able to look at those solutions and all, and there is enough internet, and there are enough devices, and there are enough devices for everybody. Now, what happens is that a system like this is still far from being developed out, where for 1.3 billion people, right, and especially at the bottom of the pyramid, they are going to have access to a device like this. How will that happen? How will that data come to me? How will it be securely coming back to the system for my perspective? How will it go? And I'm able to showcase it back to the patient in a user-friendly means. I mean, you know this better than most people. That at the end of the day, it's a matter of being able to showcase the data in a way that it actually gives the patient or the doctor a bunch of figures doesn't really help, right? So what we have done on our side is that literally we've captured out all of that data stack. So that when the data comes into us, we're able to showcase in a simple dashboard view to the doctor. Because at the end of the day, that is the point of care, right? And the doctor, the only one who can actually prescribe medicine, do intubations, etc. in India. We don't want to break that cycle. At any point in time, if you start trying to make doctors irrelevant, it cannot be, right? They are the caregivers. You have to give them more skill sets. You have to increase their efficiency perspective, but not try and do anything which is going to take away from their skill set. Because they are trained to do this. Computer system is only going to run on a basic set of probability, no matter how much data we have.
Right. So I'm sure the product is backed by analytics and AI and machine learning. I'm sure these things would give personalization, would inculcate healthy behaviors and healthy habits, and a promise of a better patient engagement. We were talking about patient engagement, during your introduction part. But
Yeah.
but overall, somewhere it's going to reduce the overall cost. We are talking about a billion population and digitizing all the health records, going to the last mile. I think you indicated about having a health card, which stores your data in case of emergency. Your caregiver knows your health information. But overall, 5-10 years down the line, is it gonna ensure that there is a proper or a better patient engagement and overall reduce cost per patient?
Yes, that is the hope and the prayer. That is what most of the health tech companies have been working towards. However, there is a small gap in that, right? Most health tech companies are looking at the entire body of the person, but saying, I would only go and treat for cardiac conditions. or I will go and only treat the neuro issue, or I will only go and treat the eye issue. The human body, right? It's one of the most complex systems known to any organism on the earth, kind of thing. Everything from your mind to your eyes to your heart to your liver, everything is connected. So what that is the first problem I see with all the different systems out there, which is that they try and solve one small thing. You have to look at the patient as in a complete holistic manner. So what we've done is we've actually built it out so that every specialization is covered up, whether you say cardiac, onco, neuro, gastro, ortho, endocrinology, pediatrics, everything. Right? So because it's a life cycle, you can't just say I'm going to look at only one thing. Plus, as I said, the life cycle comes into picture, which means that you have to look at a patient from the time that they are born to adolescence, to middle age, to geriatrics, etc., etc. And it's a complete cycle you have to look at. The other side to it is that it comes down to that concept, the concept of personalization. We are still a ways away, right? I mean, obviously, AI and ML and the entire set of data analytics, the, the, the tools exist, the brain power exists. What does not exist is the data to run them, right? So if I'm not able to capture the data set at a granular level, literally, which means that I don't know what are your symptoms per visit, or I don't know what are the exact symptoms that you came in for every visit with every doctor. And how do I know what the personalization is required from a medicine perspective? There's lots of talk around saying that I want to be able to figure out that for each individual at the genetic level, etc. There's lots of work being done on that. It's really, really mind-blowing stuff. Where you turn around and say, even at that person level, I should know what medicine to give and what dosage to give. Right? That has still not happened. But with our system, with the amount of data that comes in, so for example, our system is as simple as choose the symptoms. Based on the symptoms, the system will suggest to you what the diagnosis is.
Yeah.
Right? Then the doctor chooses, and based on the diagnosis, we'll tell you what the tests will be done, what the treatment plans are, and potentially what the medications are also. And we can do this across every specialization, as I said. But at that point in time, only when I get all of this data, will the first set from the AI perspective will be coming in to say, hey, Mr. Doctor or Doctor, at this point in time, given all the data that we have, for this particular patient across all cardiologists, if you're a cardiologist, this is the best treatment plan because this is best for different patients in this bracket. The next set will be, doc, based on this, these are the best treatment plans according to what you have done, as well as across all other doctor sets also. So it has to lead towards personalization. And to that point, there is a very, very strong need of patient engagement. Patient engagement is not just saying that, hey, I've told you, go take your medicines. But am I incentivizing you to take the medicine? Am I incentivizing you to go work out? Right? Am I incentivizing you to drink more water? How is that happening? And everything is not something that can be run from a device. Yeah. A lot of it is behavioral change, right? So that is where I strongly believe that the patient engagement needs to move towards. Right. And the moment we move towards that, and since we've also got a little bit on the wellness package side, as I was saying, that there is stuff around alcohol de-addiction or smoking cessation or diabetes management or weight management, etc. At that point in time, that is where, if we're able to move towards that, that is where the cost reduction in the overall mechanism of healthcare delivery will come into place.
Yeah.
Right.
And not only the recommendations on the care. I think once the patient comes back and there's repeat transaction based on the medicine recommended by the AI, the dosage can be altered based on the response that particular patient has shown, by using those medicines. So not only what to give, how much to give, also comes in the subsequent stages as you get more digital encounters or more medical encounters with the patient, and you record each step, each encounter in your overall system.
Yes, but see, there is a there's a fine line. So I just want to add that fine line back into it, is that when you say the system will tell you, no, the system will recommend to the doctor, and the doctor has to make that decision. Okay. And second thing, I'm one of those few people who actually believes that medication is not the only way to solve a person. I mean, to treat a person, right? Not, sorry, solve being the wrong word, but the medicine that is being provided to you, or an injection, whatever it is, it should be something which is to fill the gap till the time you're able to kind of sort of treat yourself overall. Medicine should not be the crutch on which you live your life.
Yeah.
That is the view I have.
Right. No, excellent. And I have more questions, because what you've spoken is more on the care side. I think I'm going to talk to you, in the last more about the preventative side. Once you have the digital records and the interactions, are we going to adopt healthy habits and become, see more preventive? But let's wait for that. Nanki, sorry to keep.
I'll leave you just with one thought, that at the end of the day, the concept of patient wellness or patient outcomes, right? If you watched the Big Bang Theory, is something about like the Schrodinger's cat.
Yeah.
When the patient leaves the hospital, when the patient leaves the doctor, technically you don't know if he's still alive or dead.
Yeah. Got it. Nanki, sorry to keep you waiting.
Not at all.
Quick thought, so nobody cared, unless you're a 2-year-old, on how many steps you take in a day. We used to watch infants that, because they take their first steps. Today, there is a rage, fitness revolution, 10,000 steps a day, 8,000 steps a day. I believe strong is the new sexy, the whole lot of wearable devices, diet, wellness, mental health, and well-being, as we were discussing earlier today.
Yeah.
Question to you is, the sports fraternity during the pandemic time, how easy or difficult was for them to adopt the technology? I know you do one-on-one, individual, confidential, in-person consultations. From there, coming online and opening up in a consultation. How was that transition? Was it easy? It came over a period of time. How did it work in your industry?
Yeah, so very good question. And I would say in the current situation, the transition and video technology came to rescue all the mental health practitioners, whether it was sports psychologists or other consultants, adopted and adapted to different forms of technology. So we did approach our clients through video calls, even cell phones. So from a very traditional one-to-one, face-to-face consultation, we did transfer and adopt technology. It was easy, I would say, in the sense it helped us maintain contact with a lot of athletes, and especially during the lockdown period when they were not able to step out and not train or do anything and were stuck at home, which of course took a mental toll on a lot of athletes, because all of a sudden, from being extremely active, they were stuck at home. It did allow us to keep regular contact with them. It also allowed us to reach out to athletes who were in rural areas or in remote areas to a certain degree, especially athletes who were associated with organizations. So like a Sports Authority of India or other foundations in India. So they took technology, they kept in touch with all their athletes to maintain that social support. Also, individuals with persons with disabilities.
Yeah.
We were in touch with them because, again, from other challenges, that was a major challenge that even they were facing. So it's been really helpful and been an invaluable source technology. But also, we did face a lot of challenges. And I would say one challenge was, whatever said and done in India, there is a digital disparity. So poor connectivity, not having proper connectivity across all areas. Also, I feel like Rahul sir added, patient engagement is a big thing, even in psychology. How regularly is engaging with us through sessions. And that the core to that is your rapport formation, which becomes difficult over a video.
Yeah.
So especially for athletes who were coming for a first time session, for them, the first interaction was over a screen. So although rapport formation was good, but it took longer.
Yeah. Also, how did you deal or gave them confidence that, like we mentioned, ethics and confidentiality?
Exactly.
Since, if we are online, I'm not sure who else is around in that particular room. So building that rapport, giving them confidence that, it's still a in-person or a one-on-one or in-camera discussion. Did it came over a period of time?
Yes, like I said, it was a big part of rapport formation, ensuring and creating a safe and secure environment for them. So assuring them that it's all confidential, there's nobody around you while you're conducting a session. So there's nobody else in the room with you. But so it took a while to build that trust also. But I would say a lot of a challenge that even a few athletes faced was level of privacy in their own homes. So from my personal experience, a few athletes stopped consultation as soon as COVID happened because they had a lot of family members around them and they didn't have a secure space or a room to themselves where they could just go and have a conversation.
Right.
So there have been advantages, of course, more, but there have been disadvantages as well for individuals who didn't have a safe and a secure space to talk about their issues. Also in India, it is improving, but for a lot of individuals who had the stigma attached to mental health, for them also it was quite, I would say, to adapt online thing when living with members of the family.
And I think you did good. I've personally seen, your sessions reaching out to students, reaching out to mass, at least, talking about the concept, encouraging them to come up, talk about it. It's not a mental stigma anymore. So great job, and
Thank you.
the transition from where you were and which market or, especially a country like India where you're trying to address this particular field. Fantastic. So everyone, I think we have about 8-9 minutes left, and both the interesting topic, edutech and health tech. So I want to keep it open for 2-3 minutes. If Aditya sir, Rahul, Tanuj sir, you want to chip in any further thoughts, a correlation between education and health and inclusive growth as we spoke about. So any thoughts, Aditya sir, starting from you?
So I think, just to, kind of culminate the whole discussion from my point of view, from a tech perspective, exciting times, both from a perspective of commercial angle for the edtech company like us to grow, and also the angle of ensuring that the quality education is delivered to the last mile. I personally feel, as I had mentioned earlier, this whole noise we see in the ecosystem about X company valued at as unicorn, Y company valued at that valuation in the edtech space, we all are still, in spite of the kind of growth coming up, we're all still scraping the barrel. The market is huge. We have still not gone to the real folks who will benefit from all this edtech revolution the most. We are still in the upper middle class kind of a segment, have not gone down to the real folks where the need is the most from that piece of it. So I think it's very timely, especially with the penetration of internet, AI, ML, all those things coming in. It's exciting times ahead. Country like India, I feel like in software development with TCS, Infy, Accenture, IBM, we have become a leader across the world. I think we have a potential to evolve both in health tech and edtech newer models, which will kind of become a models which the other countries in the world can follow. So looking forward to that kind of a journey, looking forward to that kind of a growth and the learning, and happy to be part of this journey. So thank you.
That's a great vision, and congratulations on your success or talented success. So thank you. Thanks. Tanuj sir, couple of minutes closing remarks from you. Tanuj sir, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can. To close, I would say that I'm always optimistic about things, and I feel that the future holds a lot, as Anit mentioned also. See, we have the technology in place. There's so much that can be done, and one of the things that really warms my heart is since the pandemic struck, I was saying that human ingenuity is such that we will be able to overcome it. And if you look at it, we have developed a vaccine in record time. So that's just an indication of how things can go. So we are still at an early stage of the learning curve when it comes to all of these technologies, and there's a lot we can do, but that makes it even more exciting and more promising. So I think this space is only going to grow.
Right. Thank you, sir. That's a good remarks. So we're left with 5 minutes. Rahul.
Thanks, Nitin. So Nitin, I'm going to leave us with like basically two thoughts, right? One from the doctor's side, one from the patient's side. The first one being from a doctor's side, there is lots of stuff that is happening from, oh, let's set up a schedule for the patient to talk to the doctor, etc., etc. But those I feel are the admin and the logistics related stuff. Not enough has been done. Not enough has been done to actually help the doctor in coming up with the right diagnosis. Not enough has been done to actually standardize care and help the doctors. That is the first part. Okay, so that's where the efficiency and the skills and all need to be upgraded for the doctors, which is where people like Aditya can also potentially look at also. So that could be the crossover between ed tech and health tech. That is the one part. The second side of it is from the patient's perspective. So far, India has never really, or even for that matter, most of the developing parts of the world have never really had a concept of security of your patient data, right? The entire concept built out around consent, that I want to share my data. Am I allowing my data to be shared with this particular doctor? Is the owner of the doctor the patient or the doctor? That kind of stuff. And I strongly believe that consent management needs to be put in, but maybe simplified a little bit for the bottom of the pyramid, and access to data needs to be increased. And both of these, for the doctor as well as for the patient, that is what is going to lead towards a health revolution, which is going to lead to better patient engagements and be able to come up with better patient outcomes. As I said, when the patient leaves, we don't know if he's dead or alive. Only if he goes to another pharmacy, I might have an idea whether he's alive. He goes to another doctor, I know, okay, he's alive, right? And then also, at the end of the day, I don't know if he changes doctors because he didn't like the doctor, or he doesn't believe in the doctor, or the doctor is gone for a second opinion, etc. So there's lots that needs to be done from a patient outcomes perspective also.
Quick 1 minute, your thought on preventive, or well-being. As a wellness well-being, now we say, how far are we to make people aware that preventive is the way to go? I mean, there's been studies which says 1 rupee spent on preventive is better than 138 spent on reactive. So
I completely agree with you, because so I'm going to borrow from Aditya's words, right? We're only scratching the top of the barrel in this case, literally, right? Where if you are not going to be able to maintain your weight, for example, there is a higher probability of you getting diabetes down the line, and then the drugs that come in, and then the gym cost that is going to come in, etc., etc. And also, from a country's perspective, the loss of working man days that comes up. So we need to actually look at preventive a lot more, and from a wellness program, we need to look at it from a lot more and drive that into the current system of healthcare, which is not just that here's 5 pills, go take 5 antibiotics and you'll be okay. But the fact that you don't need to take antibiotics. If it's a cold, don't take any medicine. You'll be fine in 7 days. Take medicine and you'll be well in a week.
Yep.
Right? It's that concept. So we need to move away from the pill model and go towards a preventive and wellness model.
So there's a whole, separate topic on Ayush, which we're not going to talk today. We are end of the conversation, but that's another medical science. We have it in India, which government of India is promoting actively, not in India, outside of India as well. Nanki, 30 seconds closing remarks.
Yeah, so I would say with regards to mental health, the conversation in India has started in the right direction. And I see, and I would just hope that all organizations and come together to tackle this issue. And I would just like to conclude by saying that we need to normalize the notion that it's okay not to be okay, and not treat it like a illness, like treat it like any other fever, cold, and it's okay not to be okay, and offer the social support to individuals suffering from mental health within our community.
Yeah, and I would add to that. I think for my limited knowledge, I know there's no insurance claim for mental health. So both for the patient as well as for the consultant. So probably
Yeah.
I think we if we address it well, the insurance company should also include mental wellness as one of the medical condition, like you mentioned. As a
Absolutely, yeah. And I would just like to add quickly to that, more than that, we don't even have proper governing bodies to regulate like who's practicing within the. So I think we need to stay there. I can speak about sports psychology, like you have organizations in the UK, US, where they monitor who's practicing and the qualification. I think India needs to adopt a similar model to again stigmatize the issue also with the more credible practitioners within the field.
Yeah. Fantastic. I think we are time, and from my personal experience, Nanki, I can admit in front of everyone that my golf handicap has improved since I started talking.
I'm glad.
So, anyways, so thank you everyone. Thank you Aditya sir, Rahul, Tanuj sir, Nanki. It's been a great interacting with you all, and so look forward to interacting with you offline.
Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Welcome to the third day of the Digital Week Online. Today, it's all about digital transformation. And today I'm very delighted to have one of the top thought leader in cybersecurity to talk with us about this important subject, digital transformation and cybersecurity. Welcome everybody. I'm very glad to see you and talk to you again after a long time. And I would like to start with a short introduction for our panelists today. Let's start by myself. First of all, my name is Elias Shbib. I am a serial entrepreneur in cybersecurity since over than 21 years, passionate about everything related to cybersecurity and technology. And here we are. Let's see. I would like to welcome Johannes, Dr. Johannes Drogan. Can you please give a short introduction about yourself before we start?
My pleasure, my friend. My name is Johannes Drooghaag, but most people call me JD because that's much easier to pronounce and it doesn't hurt your throat and my ears when it's pronounced wrongly. I am the founder of Spearhead Management. Our focus is mainly on the human element in cybersecurity, the human element in process optimization, the human element in digital transformation. And what we focus on is how can we optimize that collaboration between human beings, like most of us, the processes, which we will also change with digital transformation, and all the technology behind it. And that's where we focus on, that's what we publish on, and that's why I'm very happy to join this panel today.
Thank you. Adam, would you please give us a short overview about your background and about your experience also in cybersecurity?
Sure. Thank you for having me. I'm really happy to be here, a part of this panel. I'm here in the United States. My name is Adam Roosevelt. I'm the CEO of a company called AR International Consulting. We focus on compliance, cyber, and investigations, really looking at the intelligence space and merging that with cyber requirements to support our clients around the world. I'm former US military, so I've been deployed in combat. I've used cyber on the battlefield to give allied forces an advantage over our enemies. Came home, started working here in the United States, working with the government, really getting involved in the community space and just making sure we deploy policies, technologies, and procedures. And our company is heavily involved with commercial and the public space. I'm happy to be here and look forward to engaging the panels.
Impressive, very interesting. Thank you very much, Adam. Charles, would you please introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you. I welcome everybody. It's great to be part of this very distinguished panel. My background is sort of a combination of government, industry, and media. I started out with the Department of Homeland Security at S&T when I first got involved in cybersecurity. And I've been involved in the corporate side through General Dynamics Mission System as one of their chief growth strategists for cybersecurity and emerging tech. And I write for Forbes, and I'm a visiting editor of Homeland Security Today. And my main thing that I'm really focused now is I teach at Georgetown University in two graduate courses, one in applied intelligence and the others in cybersecurity risk management. And I look forward to an engaging discussion.
Interesting. Thank you very much, Charles. Fernando, can you please introduce a little bit about your background and experience?
Yeah, sure. So I started quite young, very young indeed, and saw the internet growing since 1993. So I don't want to go into very early cowboy days of internet. We all know how it was. And then I continued my career as a CTO of organizations, and more recently I was part of the Naoris cybersecurity, distributed cybersecurity. I exited, and now I'm having fun. So I'm starting to do new projects. We're still in stealth mode. I'm getting a little bit more into the fun side. I need that for the next 2 or 3 years. But you know, I keep focusing continuously on cybersecurity. You know, there's no way for me to drop it. So that's me.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Fernando. I believe in between us, we have like around 100 years of experience in cybersecurity, and we will be able definitely to give our viewer some insight about what's going on, since COVID-19 really has forced the business to adapt to a new way and working to meet really new patterns or demands. And this has changed the entire world. And definitely the cyber criminals, they adapt also their tactics, correct? And they change also the tactic of exploit and how they can do the phishing and start to infiltrate in getting the data and stealing let's say, the most treasure information every corporate has. And we see there's a continuous raise actually in breaches, and there's a lot of headline about crippling ransom attacks, and this has changed really the whole world. And I would like to know with you why there are still gaps in the presence of cyber attack and cyber crime and awareness regarding this critical role of security, especially in digital transformation. And what is the preparation and cybersecurity capability we need really to build in order to improve our digital transformation projects? And if there's any way that we can tackle this gap, gentlemen, can you please give us your insight on this? Johannes, if you want to.
I'm happy to go. Happy to chime in on this. Sure. You know, it's been an enigmatic problem why we have not had better cybersecurity. I mean, obviously the internet was not built for security; it was built for communication. But we've had many years to sort of close those gaps. Unfortunately, I think one of the bigger problems is the corporate world is virtually ignored it. They sort of passed on the cost of cybercrime to consumers or wrote it off. They didn't see it as a really big issue. But I think that's changing. I think there's more awareness now, largely because of all the wake-up calls we've had over the last few years, from SolarWinds to now all this rash of attacks on over COVID-19. And I think there's a change, a bit of mindset. And the first thing about changing a mindset is understanding what your gaps are and what your vulnerabilities are and your assets are. And now that it's affecting both cost and reputation of large companies and small companies, and it's also a dire threat to our healthcare system, which has been a major target of this past year for ransomware attacks, I think people are taking notice and they're looking at basically employing risk management strategies, and they're learning. But it's a curve because there's a lot of policies, technologies, and interchange that needs to take place to bolster our defenses. And that is the quest we need to go on.
Thank you. Yeah, I fully agree with you, Charles. It's really, we need to change the mindset, correct?
Absolutely.
And what is your view, Adam, on this, like, especially coming from, let's say, a work for a very long time in government, how you see it from before, from the government, let's say, experience you have, and then now also you are the business and the corporate, how you see, do you think that the cybersecurity is missing in the digital transformation project?
You know, I would say, you know, I talk to a lot of young people and I have to simplify cyber. Cyber is a different language. And I would say that when you're advising clients, whether they be individuals, law firms, public sector, private sector, every time we communicate, it has to be tailored so that folks understand what they're going through. I'd also say that if we look at cyber as a competitive sport, we would see the dynamic change. In a sports element, we always prepare, we train, we work hard, and if we fail, we get up the next day and we continue to fight. Cyber has not been adopted fully as a competitive sport. And I'll tell you that that's one of the big issues, but underneath that is cost, culture, top-down buy-in, and understanding why we need to win and how we win in this space. Let me just give you a quick scenario here in the competitive landscape. You've got lawyers who are preparing for litigation cases and need cybersecurity forensics experts. You've got CIOs who are trying to protect data because it's a regulation requirement. You know, you've got parents who are trying to articulate this to their children, and that's going to be important now that social media is in the space. They're putting their social security numbers on the applications. They're sharing all this information. So there's so many different competitions happening, whether it be in the individual capacity, the corporate capacity, or in the public sector capacity. But I think we need to look at it as a competitive sport. And there's a lot of ROI if we prepare, we train, and we engage effectively to make sure our clients win long term.
Very, very interesting. And I like how you, the competitive sport, actually. I will remember this. I like cybersecurity, competitive sport. It is really very true what you say. We need to know, okay, we get breached, we need to lesson learned and fall down and stand up and go forward. And Fernando, can you tell us a little bit how you see what is your point of view, what is missing actually in the digital transformation project, and how we can tackle actually the cybersecurity maturity challenge to succeed in the digital transformation project?
Well, what is not missing? That's the question. You know, there's so much missing. I think the fundamental problem is that cybersecurity is broken. Let's all agree on that. You know, for 35, 40 years, it's always the same approach to tackle it. Yeah. So there's a lot of gaps out there, and there's a lot of also synergies that exist between existing large players, existing large consultancies, and they continue to use the same approach, the same methods. Yeah. And obviously, if you're trying to tackle a malware, yeah, a zero-day cyber weapon, it's something that is not known. If you don't know what it is, you can't tackle it. Full stop. Yeah. And people try with AI. We know who are all the players that have all sorts of AI, etc. But it's fundamentally broken. So you have to start to think about new approaches. Yeah, there's no way. I don't think we can talk a lot about what is missing, and there's a lot of stuff missing. Yeah, you know, at the core for any project, you have to really to understand if you have the right team, the right people. Yeah, there's so much lack of understanding on IT teams, security, on developers. I remember like 10 years ago or 12, I think already, that Microsoft sent all of their developers to boot camp over 2 or 3 years, training in security. Yeah, and they became better at that. So I think it's an education, first of all. It is about building up the teams that can really understand all the small details about security. And as you are creating those teams for those projects of digital transformation, you really need to do it from the ground up. Yeah. Otherwise, there's a lot of gaps that you're going to find. Well, you will not find those gaps, but somebody will. And those are what they will exploit because, you know, TTPs usually is the main problem. You know, we know that. Yeah. And when you're doing digital transformation, you're going to have to integrate so many different things. You have so many third-party providers, and those gaps will continue to exist. I don't think we can do a lot of work, prepare for all of that, but the gaps will still be there. Okay, let's not fool ourselves. They will continue.
Sure. JD, I am a big fan about what you do, cybersecurity and the human element. How is your view actually? What is the human element? What is what we can do to tackle this gap? And I want to get back later on you, Fernando, about the new approach. You say new approach. We need to go for new approach. I'd like to hear a little bit more from you and from the gentlemen here, Adam and Charles. What is the new approach we need to do actually to tackle this gap? But I would really like to hear, JD, what is the human element and how you have been doing this now in the last couple of years?
Well, the human element journey in cybersecurity and digital transformation and the publication and research we share on that topic started around 5 years or 6 years ago based on a conversation with my friend Chuck Brooks on LinkedIn about human errors and how they are a much bigger component than technical errors. And I was so intrigued by that conversation with Chuck that I decided with my team, let's put the data behind that so we can actually see how big that is. And the publication is available on my website for free. I think everybody should have a look at it. And it documents how big the human aspect, but that's not the users. It is the technicians and the administration, configuration failures, management failures, etc., etc. And all of that comes back to mindset, as we mentioned a couple of times today already. It's also about leadership. When we look at a company or a corporation or an organization, we can have all kinds of wonderful purposes and thoughts and slogans, but we all know, we come from the field, we all know that nothing happens without approval for budget and resources. So if your boss does not approve the budget and the resources that you need, there is not much that you can actually actively do. And in the field of cybersecurity, we still have this problematic mindset, and Chuck as well has addressed that many times, that we look at the cost of cybersecurity. We still have not learned to look at the benefits, the business benefits of cybersecurity. And as we have seen in the past 2 months, also the cost when we do not take care of cybersecurity. And the rule in cybersecurity is very, very simple. Prevention, no matter how much it will cost, is still cheaper than solving an actual cyber incident. It's not just about the cost that you have to repair it and reconstruct your infrastructure. It's about the damage to your image. It's about the damage to your customer trust. It's about you have lost information which you need, etc., etc., etc. So the cost package is much bigger, and we need to learn to focus on the business benefit of cybersecurity and the business benefit by avoiding the cost of a cyber incident, and stop looking at, that's 2 more people and 5,000 euros or $10,000 to get something. It's a USP. You have it and you're better at the others. It's a competitive sport, and you have to make sure that you are better than the others, and you have to stay ahead of the pack. That's the way we do it. So it starts between our ears, in our brain, in the way we think. And that starts with leadership, that is with budgeting, that is with accounting, that is with planning, that is with making people available, etc., etc. And that's the big thing, I believe.
Yes, exactly. I fully agree with you. We need to change the mindset from reactive to proactive, because there's a lot of reports out there. The average, I believe the average cost for a breach, data breach, is around $7 million. The average. It means $7 million if my company gets or my data gets breached, and out there the average 7 million. And besides the reputation, which can be actually long-term, losing customers, losing reputation. We work usually 25 years to build your reputation, and you lose it in one cyber attack. And this is really the people on top, the decision maker, really to change this mindset. Okay, do I invest now or I invest later? Do I invest now cheap, or I will pay the price very high later? Correct?
Am I training to win, or am I risking to lose? That's the decisions you have to make, right?
Exactly. You want to add anything on that, Charles?
I mean, I think John said it perfectly. It is training to win, and it is changing perceptions of of government and corporations to really learn. And I agree with what Fernando said too. It starts with education, and then what Adam said earlier, really a great analogy, is it is competitive, and we have to look what's happening now. The adversaries are not are stopping their quest to do what they can do, and they're sharing information, hacking kits and tools on the dark web. So some of these smaller groups are now consolidating, because cybercrime has become probably one of our biggest threats right now, particularly with the use of cryptocurrency and ransomware, because they're going where the money is. And I think that one of the lessons here is that you can't protect everything, perhaps, right? But most of the companies that are getting hit are small businesses, a lot of big ones too, of course. But you can make yourself not be the low-hanging fruit, and that you do by creating a risk management strategy, looking where your vulnerabilities are, looking where your gaps are, looking what you need to do with your antivirus software, your firewalls, your Wi-Fi. There's a lot of steps you can do, and of course strong passwords that just make basic cyber hygiene that can make you less of a victim. And I think the message from this forum, I think, is great, because we're we're really preaching and saying, we need to really educate the C-suite and leadership out there. And it is a question of ROI now. It is a question of reputation. And until we do so, our adversaries are going to keep winning. And so we need to change the mindset immediately.
Exactly. I fully agree. It is a very profitable business. It will cost the world $6 trillion on cybercrime. It means it's really worth it to get into it. Attacking healthcare record, which is the most expensive record. And we saw last year, it is crazy how many hospitals get really attacked with ransomware, and really, it's now not anymore it's losing money and losing data. It is really touching a very important thing. It is touching lives, and we need really to take action on that, and we need to change the mindset and take it more serious in this matter. Fernando, before we go back to Fernando for the approach, I just forgot the new approach you say about. Adam, what is your view on this point? How you can give our viewer some tips and some advice on how to really go to this competitive landscape in cybersecurity?
It's a great question, and I think the panelists have hit it right on the head. The only thing I would add is 3 points. Benchmarking. I think a lot of corporations are looking for where to start. In the United States, we have a point where we start. The National Institute of Standard and Technology, special publications that have been released. Great reference points for both the federal government and the commercial space to leverage, or else you start on a path where you have experts guiding you with enterprise security frameworks like SAPSA and TOGAF. There's so many different directions to go, so we need to point to a reference point to benchmark our security programs. The second thing I would say is cost recovery. The clients always love to hear how they're going to recover costs. If I'm going to spend $2 million, give me the data that says that I'm going to recover this cost if I invest it now, whether it be in a month from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, I want to know. And then lastly, I'll say data analytics drives a lot of conversations and a lot of decision points. I'll give you one point of reference here. For e-discovery, it's about 70% of the cost for a litigation matter. It could cost $1.9 million per year just for e-discovery. And Fortune 1000 corporations, they're spending over $100 million a year in e-discovery costs. Great data point. So I think as we become advisors to these prospect clients and organizations, those 3 points, benchmarking, cost recovery, and data analytics will help drive those decisions. And I think they're effective for the sales partner as well as the recipient of those services.
Yes, it's $100 million only on the e-discovery cost. Wow, this is a big number, really. We need to think again where to spend the money. Fernando, can you tell us what are how we can tackle the cybersecurity maturity? What is the new approach you're talking about? What is your tip for the new approach in tackling these gaps in digital transformation project and the cybersecurity maturity level?
You need to start to look at alternative methods, alternative technologies, and there are some players, yeah, and the problem is for those players and for those approaches to take off, it's quite difficult to break through existing approaches and players because they are too big. And like I said, there's already so much going on between these players, consultancies, large, I'm talking about very large consultancies, top 5. And of course, then it's very, very difficult for these approaches start to be adopted because, these corporations need to continue to make money and give dividends to their shareholders. Yeah, so they will continue to do what they are doing. Yeah, but the approaches. I give you an example. Yeah, IPFS. Yeah, I mean, there's ways to use IPFS and then put those hashes in the blockchain. Yeah, and that makes really very hard for an attacker to get hold of your data. For example, yeah. I mean, there's really clever approaches that can be implemented on organizations, but organizations then go through or the usual benchmarking processes, that, these technologies versus that technologies, how many years they are in the market. We know how it's all done, and the risk becomes higher for any corporation to implement new approaches and new technologies. So it will be very, very difficult unless if you have, like I say, education doesn't come only from the bottom, from your programmers, from your IT staff, comes to the board level, trying to educate. You have to take different approaches and be a more, how should I explore a little more new technologies, and try to bring those technologies and see how you can actually then not only benefit from it, but like Adam said, reduce the costs, because then you can reduce the costs. Now, it's tricky because I've been in this situation, once you go to an IT department, you tell to the CISO, well, you might not be part of the IT department in some organization, but once you go and have a conversation with the CISO and you say, that team of 90 people you have there, we can reduce that to 20. He's already thinking about his power, his budget, there's so many of these politics in organizations as well. So it's the problem has several dimensions, so it needs a really clever approach from smaller consultancies, for example, smaller players, to come and approach and try to convince those organizations and even governments to come and help them to implement these new technologies. As you know, Agias, when I was a part of Naoris, we implemented a quite revolutionary approach in terms of distributed cybersecurity, and it's very hard then to try to go and get people to adopt these new approaches. And so I don't have the magic bullet, I'm just tackling some of the points that we all need to think about to break these, how should I say, what's the right word here? Is status quo, really. What is really, really damaging us. And I would like to touch a point as we go through on what I think is probably the next big problem for all of us, which is open banking. Not many people are talking about cybersecurity in open banking. This could be absolutely, a huge problem for all of us, as we are opening more banking, but we can talk about this a bit later, if you want to talk about that.
We are in the Digital Week Online, and we thank really the organizer for bringing all this from around the world, all the brightest mind. And today is Digital Transformation Day, and digital transformation is all about change, agility, speed, connectivity, real-time, customer experience, customer disruption, new technology, and all these hot things what we just talk about. How do you see really, but unfortunately, it is for a lot of people, they see the security, it is really the road blocker. It's standing in the way, because each step you need to take in digitalization, you need to all the authentication and all this measurement and control you need to take to secure the data. Do you see, as an expert, that cybersecurity is enemy of digital transformation or friend? I would like really to hear your opinion on this.
Well, again, if you allow me, I will kick off the answers on this, my friend. Cybersecurity is a business enabler for a couple of very important reasons. Number one is it protects your business interest, and it protects the interest of your shareholders. It protects the interest of all your employees. It protects the interest of your customers and your suppliers. It is a protective shield which you need to make sure that you 1 year, 2 years, 5 years from now are still in business. But it's also an important instrument. And the one thing that I see with the clients I coach and during the courses I do is that we have lost a little bit of focus, let me put it in a friendly way, with our agile thinking. With our agile thinking, we have educated ourselves that pace is very important, and that we can prioritize actions, and that we can look at the potential value. And that's where it goes wrong, because we have not learned to see the actual value of cybersecurity. And I always explain it with the example of taxes. Nobody wants to pay tax. Let's be very honest. If you had the opportunity to pay less tax, you will. But you can sit in your agile meeting room or have your scrum meeting and decide as a team that you came to the conclusion that it's much better for profitability when you do not pay tax, but you will not get far with that because that's not your authority. And that's where a part of the problem has started to grow very explosively when we have misunderstood the authority over cybersecurity, that it has become something that we can decide upon, that it has become something which we can do in the next iteration, or something where we can decide that as simple, and it's all part of the research that we do, inspired by my friend Chuck Brooks, the human element in cybersecurity, that we have more than 30% of the cyber incident are caused by abandoned technology. And that means stuff we didn't take care of, stuff we didn't manage, we didn't monitor, we didn't patch. So when we as digital transformation expert look forward, that's great. But we also must remind our clients, and the agile team experts must remind their executives, we still have to manage everything that's in the field, and we have to focus on everything that we carry with us. And in that balance between a misunderstanding of authority and a misunderstood responsibility for everything we still have, our legacy, that's where we create our problems. And then we spend so much resources on solving things we didn't want to spend because we want to do the fast and the new things. And that's when we are shooting ourselves in the foot.
Yeah, fully agree. Start all with the inventory. What I have, what is there, what is the landscape I have. This is the first step you do, and then you make sure, okay, are all the control measure I need, security is there. And I fully agree with you, JD. Adam, what is your view on this? It's cybersecurity the enemy of digital transformation project, or it is a friend? Would like to hear your insight, and Charles also, please.
Let me leave it with this. Let's pretend we're all cyber doctors, and I think it's an appropriate analogy given COVID-19. I think everyone can understand that aspect of it. So right now we have a pandemic. It's cybersecurity, it's exploits, it's vulnerability, it's malware, it's all the things. And our clients are coming to us as doctors to say, you know, doc, I don't trust taking this vaccine, and it's a cyber vaccine. Here's what we're going to prescribe. We're going to prescribe this framework, this benchmark. And they're saying, still, doc, I don't trust it. Am I going to get immediate results? How much is it going to cost me? How long is it going to take? So I think if we put it into that analogy, we look at a few things. Trust is going to drive preparedness. I think that being the doctor that we all are for our clients and organizations out there, we've got to establish that footprint there with trust. I know cost is going to be a question. I know budget is going to be a question. Is security the enemy? If you look at it like the vaccine, perhaps. But I would say we have to be more of an advisor to the community, because I think prescribing it to our clients, they're going to have a culture that they're used to. They're going to have things that they just want to do. And one or two people telling them this is the prescription won't be enough. Most of the time it's event driven. And we talked about proactive versus reactive. Most corporations, when it's time to respond to a cyber incident, that's when everyone wakes up. But if we put our doctor hat on, our job is to do daily checkups. Our job is to prescribe medication, good exercise. I think that is kind of the prescription that I would give clients. And that's kind of the phased approach that I like to take in an analogy in this setting during COVID, that I'm just a cyber doctor advising the clients out there that there are ways to fix this. Security, the vaccine is not a detriment to your organization, but it is something we have to take. And I think that's a fair way to put it on my side.
Yes, very, very well, nice described. Now, from your Charles, from your doctor point of view, what you will advise your clients and customer and people who are listening now to us?
Well, I would say that, you know, cybersecurity is really now, as a doctor, it's a requirement. You don't have a choice. You know, I mean, because of digital transformation, the world is changing. You know, remote work has put most of us into mini offices, unprotected, with little visibility for cybersecurity protection. The Internet of Things is coming on with millions of sensors and devices, which are increasing the attack surface for hackers. You have a convergence now of IT and OT and SCADA systems that are putting our critical infrastructure in danger, and you need patches there and expertise there, and of course emerging tech, which is 5G, which is removing latency, and artificial intelligence, machine learning, which is basically automating a lot of the defenses and attacks by cyber. So it is really a requirement. So I think what you need to do is you need to evaluate your own situation, because everyone's different. There's no generic approach that covers everything. And I think the thematically ones, I think they're all good. I mean, defense in depth, look where you need your gaps are. Security by design, if you're working, creating software and hardware right now, critical, particularly with the Internet of Things. And then, implementing zero trust, which is the latest phrase. Don't trust anything, which is it's easy to say, but harder to do, because it deals a lot with access control. And again, it goes to the human element, where you have people, doing phishing, victims of phishing or insider threats, mostly by negligence. So I think the starting point now is let's look what we can do. It may be just simple to look at the data, encrypt your data as best as you can, because that's perhaps one of the only things you can control and make, if you are hacked, which you likely will be, at least maybe you'll make it more difficult for them.
Yeah, it is always the matter, not if, it is only when. Correct?
Yes.
And how ready you are, and how is your defense and disaster recovery plan look like, and what is the reaction and action and the policy you have in place actually in case of attack. And this is very important. And really, Charles, you brought a very important point, is all the new devices in IoT, which will reach in the next 5 years to 70 billion devices out there, ready to be charged and really overtaken to be the enemy to us and to attack our network. And the 5G, the AI, how the hackers also utilizing the AI and attacking the networks, and really automation, the whole automation. This is all aspects we need to take care of. And zero trust is always nice buzzword, but in the practice, it is really very difficult to implement. We try some of the projects, and it is very complicated, but it's doable, and it's a must as zero trust. You start with trusting nobody, and let's talk now. Fernando, what is your view on digital transformation, cybersecurity, NME, 3G, AI, and the all impact on this? Especially, you have been also working for big enterprises and with big enterprises in this area.
Well, if we, one of the things that I keep reminding people of this, is to, you have to be, you can't be afraid, of trying new things and having new approaches, and bring new blood or new consultancies that come with new, different approaches, new technologies. It's so important, especially because let's face, everything is about data. Okay, these guys that are going to come through your network, they just care about one thing: it's the data. And you have to find ways to protect your data. And I know it's difficult once you get. One of the things I was mentioning about open banking is the TTPs. Now you have to start to open and get all of the data across. You don't understand what is the network of a third-party supplier and their third-party suppliers, and it becomes very hard. But you can implement some standards, that you expect your suppliers to live upon, and I mentioned one of the approaches, UIPFS your data, stick the hashes in a blockchain. You kind of solve your problem. Again, depends really on the blockchain, depends on a lot of things. Okay, but let's make sure that we understand what those problems are first, and then if you have some of these approaches, then these conversations we are having, you know, about enemy, not enemy, you know, it disappears very, very quickly, yeah? Because you are actually finding real solutions that can help you to solve those problems, yeah? And my advice is really just get a security, even if it's small, yeah, a security R&D team, yeah. Just go and find what is out there that can actually help you, you know, or a small consultancy that can actually say, you know, we can help you with this stuff. We can structure this type of team with you. We can work with you to build up this small capability, but enables you to tackle these problems in a different way. If you're going to continue to tackle the problems in the same way you have, and yeah, let's spot the gap here, let's put this AI, let's, you know, all of those things that we've been telling people, yeah. And yes, do not stop the education like we've been talking. It's very important that you continue to build all of that and make sure that from top to bottom people understand, but as also have different approaches, have an R&D team, small, as doesn't matter how small it is, but come up and accept proposals for trying new things, yeah. It doesn't have to go big, but start with part of your network and test it and make sure you can actually achieve some results. Because if you can, then it's very easy to sell. You know, like Adam says, they expect. We've been talking for a while that we have to see cybersecurity as a cost, yeah. But there's a ways to play around that. Okay, so how can you reduce the cost? Yeah, you still can apply different methods, yeah, different technologies, and bring down that cost, and that's the money you're going to save, yeah. And for any board, you know, especially during these difficult times, think about what is in their mind. It's not about increasing their budgets, you know. Security problem in IT, that's they actually think about cutting them down. So you have to be creative about how you're going to provide better security, yeah, and how you can tackle some of these internal problems that you're going to have in politics, really. And I think the way out is to try these new technologies, these methods, yeah.
No, but Fernando, like especially in this time, I believe we need to increase the budget, even if there's tight, everybody tight in budget, and the economy is not going for a lot of companies that get hit. But if you see, you have the home worker, and this is really open a lot of back doors and a lot of problems, create a lot of problems for a lot of company there, because the employee need to work from home. The security control and security measures what they have in place, it's not anymore there. And there's some study also, I read recently some reports saying like the employee at home, they are not really, as soon as they work from home, they don't concern, are not very concerned anymore about a lot of security measures they have and the policy. They forgot we are not in the company. I think maybe it is something related to the human nature. Okay, I'm not in the office, then not all policy and procedures apply to me in not opening some file, suspicious file, and
I agree
or
with
any
you.
other.
I agree with you, Agnes, that immediately, you know, you have to tackle these problems. Yeah, no doubt whatsoever. So I was talking more about, you know, digital transformation, about how you're going to go forward, yeah, in
Yes.
the projects,
Yes.
in the things you're trying to implement. You know, what are all of those things that can actually make a difference and actually start. You have to start cybersecurity to see it as something at the core of any new projects that you start. Yeah, you don't have to implement the same stuff you already have for new projects. Let's try something new. So it's coming more from that perspective. But yeah, I mean, look, uh, either we don't agree that the budget should increase, but the reality is not a lot of companies will be able to do that. So you
Yes.
have to be creative about how you can achieve better level of cybersecurity. That's my point. Yeah.
Gentlemen, I agree, Fernando. Gentlemen, we are approaching the last couple of minutes of our session. I would like to hear from you if you have any other thought to our viewers, to the people listening now around the world. Do you want to share with us any other thoughts on this subject? What is your tips? We have like still like 10 minutes approximately. Would love to hear your thoughts and insight if you want to add anything about more what we have been discussing today in this great panel.
I do.
Johanna?
I will keep it short and sweet to make sure that everybody has their time. Cybersecurity is a human aspect, and we see that 6 years in a row consistently confirmed 9 out of 10 cyber incidents are caused by the people working with technology, and only 1 in 10 are caused by the technology itself. And what we continue to do is focus on the technology by buying new technology or inventing new labels for technology. Suddenly we speak about zero trust. Last year we spoke about single sign-on as the solution, etc., etc. That's the wrong focus. And the second thought I want to give everybody is we need to understand and we need to accept as a society that our connected society and the deployment of technology is significantly faster than what a human being can process. And that will only get worse. So if we continue in this low focus on educating people and supporting people, let's think about people with disabilities, an entirely different aspect, but they will still use technology. If we continue this way, the gap between what we understand to protect and what we use will only get bigger. And that's where we have to focus on.
Yeah, the human element always. 100%. Charles, you want to give us also some of the final thought
Sure.
For our viewer?
Absolutely. You know, I think what we learned today, you know, that it's a very complex issue, and the human element is certainly key. And I think one of the biggest problems we have now with most small businesses and medium businesses, and actually governments too, and individuals, you know, we're all in this together. And the first thing you need to do is have a strategy. And, you know, if you're not able to develop that strategy yourself, go get outside expertise, consultants, small businesses. I think that's really the future of cybersecurity is. I think, you know, there's just too much to orchestrate, too many different tools and threats, and you need to have someone that's very adept at the latest information on threats, how to collaborate, where the resources are. And I think this is going to be indispensable in the future for cybersecurity. And I think this is really where expertise needs to be shared and developed, particularly among young people in training. It's not necessarily just the IT element. It's really the holistic element of looking at really approaching cybersecurity and its many diverse applications and challenges.
Yeah. 100% strategy. And if you don't have the in-house expertise, go out and seek expertise. Seek the people who's doing this for living since many years. They know what to do. They will give you the right advice, and definitely you will get better help actually with the expert out there to help you and citing your strategy, put strategy in place and citing the cybersecurity measure you have. Adam, what is your view on there? Or there's any last thought you can share with us today, please?
In closing, I would say, first off, I've learned a lot, you know, even being a part of the panel. I don't think that there's not enough learning to be done, even for the experts. And I think that people out there who may be listening, I know cost is a major factor. So let me just provide some relief. There are ways to make sure we can phase in robust cybersecurity and digital transformation. And I believe that can be accomplished in a phased cost solution model. So if your budget is constricted to 2 million this year, you know, you got a 4 million budget next year, there's ways for us to deploy solutions in a manner in which we phase in a robust program. And lastly, I'll say from a programmatic perspective, you got requirements analysis. So we're sitting down with folks, we're talking about what their immediate goals are, their priorities are, and we're phasing in our cost plan to make sure that it addresses the immediate solutions and the priorities. Then there's the designing element. We're going to design a solution around your enterprise and make sure that those things are taken care of, because one size does not fit it all. And then there's a large part of functionality and security testing to make sure the solution does work. And then we're going to move into the final phase of implementation and ongoing O&M. But again, I would say rest assured, there are ways to phase in solutions with using a cost phased model. So that's one of the things that have been very strategic in my career is we've got to operate within a specific budget. We understand, we get it. And then really what happens is we roll these solutions in, The CIO, the CISO, the C-suite stakeholders are going to see the importance of that as their peers in industry are going through certain cyber ransomware attacks and things of that nature, which will wake up the world and industry in your space to help you move forward with the decisions that are necessary. And please follow us. Of course, there's always marketing. Follow us online, and you can find me on LinkedIn, Twitter, and the rest of the panelists as well. And just been a pleasure to be a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam. Thank you very much. Fernando, your last thought you want to share with us as closing for today?
Yeah, sure. So, look, we need to go back and really think about what is digital transformation. Yeah, and a lot of people keep focusing when you're talking about digital transformation. It's about improving IT system, yeah, making them more digital, making whatever, yeah. But it's as digital transformation is more to do with the strategy, yeah, for the business, yeah, new ways of thinking around the business, and it's about how you can compete, yeah, in this new digital economy, because this is open, yeah, it's a world. Usually, when you get into becoming a player in a certain area, you start small in your country, but you have to think big. So it is about the strategy and how you can compete in this digital economy. Yeah. So changing just the technology and your security, which has to be at the core, it's not just about that. You have to know how to choose the right technologies as well. Yeah. How and when you, that comes as well to understanding how you can fit this technology into your business to deliver that strategy, yeah, and this way to compete. And of course, to be able to survive, you have to have cybersecurity from the ground up designed into this strategy, your digital transformation strategy. Yeah? So then it's about really improving the operations of the company to enable you to achieve that strategy. Yeah? So, and you know, one of the basic problems that I see, yeah, and I've been really, look, believe me, in my first digital transformation project was a guy who was visionary in 1999, okay? And he transformed the entire LT department of a publishing company that owned about 50 newspapers. Yeah, I don't want to talk names, but so a lot of the focus since then, yeah, it's focused on one of the pillars. And that pillar is customer experience. The customer experience digital transformation. And that's why I was talking about the open banking and the APIs opening. It's all about focusing on that customer experience. But a lot of gaps are behind before. The TTPs, you need to have a proper strategy to do with third-party providers. I keep saying this now because I see this as a big problem coming soon. So yes, customer experience is extremely important, yeah, for all of that. But you know, you cannot overthought about all of these and the new business models create and leave the cybersecurity behind. You really have to take it even more serious than ever before. You have to take it at the core. Education, get people, get help from small consultancies, from medium-sized consultancies, because they tend to be, in my opinion, a bit more, no disrespect to anyone, but they tend to be more agile and help you more, So just go and try new technologies and try new approaches. That's what I'm saying. So my final thought is do not compromise on cybersecurity. It's becoming, I'm seeing things that because of people working from home, it can be an absolutely chaos in the next 3 to 4 months. Hopefully not. Hopefully I'm wrong.
It will become too expensive. Gentlemen, I really enjoyed our discussion today. We can, I believe, spend hours and hours talk about this subject. We are passionate about it, and thank you very much for your insight. And I would like to thank also the Digital Week team in putting the great program. 3 days, it is a marathon of really a lot of things and new subjects we learn all about. And I would like to thank, special thanks also for Dennis Guarda to put this today, the Digital Transformation Day, together actually, and make it possible and the whole team behind it. Thank you very much, and I hope we will see you soon. And thank you for everybody from our viewer. I hope you have some insight today and you learn something. And please keep safe, keep cybersecurity safe, and to see you next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Take care.
Hello and welcome everyone to Digital Week Online. We are here today to discuss a panel that we've assembled to discuss smart cities, super intelligent cities, carbon footprint sustainability, and governments in cities. And so a large umbrella series of topics to cover under the general umbrella of smart cities or super smart cities. We have with us today three esteemed colleagues. We have Peter Chun, who is the president of World Smart Cities Forum. We have David Kasten, who is CEO of a Poolbeg Group, I'm sorry, and James Agri-Orleans, who is with Agritech. And so I certainly welcome all of you to be with us and joining us today as we get into and discuss these topics. My name is Richard Streitz. I am the moderator and I am COO of Rue Global Impact. We are a consultancy firm that helps groups and organizations and government agencies around the world work and deal with accessibility and inclusion as it relates to technologies, smart cities, and integrated systems. And so my background in smart cities is that I am an ex-Disney Imagineer. And so one of the interesting things about having built and designed theme parks and resorts around the world is that before the idea or terms of smart cities existed, theme parks and resorts are in fact integrated smart city environments because of the incredible integration that is required in running these large facilities, these small cities. A tremendous amount of system integration. So I fell into this, 25, 30 years ago, doing that level of work. And as I left Disney and smart cities started becoming a thing, I was always sort of involved in the discussions and conversations related to that, and especially when talking to government agencies and foreign governments in regard to how to help and integrate this as it relates to not only just integrated systems, but also accessibility and inclusion. So with that, I will quickly, and I'm going to be a staunch timekeeper to make sure we stay on track. But what I'd like to do is to give each of you a minute or two to sort of just give your background so that there is context. Everyone has some sort of context as to where we're all coming from when we're talking. And we'll go ahead and start with Peter.
Hi, it's very nice meeting you all. I think I just didn't know that you're just working for Disney. I actually just check out with the news in this morning that Disneyland just reopened. So
yes.
That's kind of quite exciting. But anyway, so the smart city in Disney, probably maybe another, fancy the project in the future, but probably maybe we can just put it aside. For the next topic anyway. So my name is Jawan Peter Chun. I'm president of World Smart Cities Forum, which is actually a London-based nonprofit organization, but also I run the two different organizations, which is X&Tree, is the tech accelerator in Canary Wharf in East London, which nurtured more than 300 startups in the last 7 years. I was involved myself in dealing with the smart city challenging projects to create the AI intelligent smart city in Canary Wharf back in 2014 and 16, and where about 13 companies become unicorns. So we are actually working on the smart cities based on the innovation ecosystem. And another one is actually New York-based Archive Labs, and which is the investment arms for the smart city projects. So currently, World Smart Cities Forum, Archive Labs, are working on the 7 different projects at a time in Vietnam, Ukraine, and the United States, and the UK and Europe. So we are pretty much international, building up the master plan for the city, for the municipality government, central government. So every project is based on the mandate agreements. So in South Korea, for example, back in 2018, I was a national master plan for smart cities for the major city in South Korea, and which is worth of $6 billion, and now probably maybe $10 billion. So I'm actually maybe going to make more comments on the roles of the public sectors and private sectors of the smart city should be this way. So looking forward to it.
Great. Thank you. Fantastic. David, please.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Dave Kasten. I made a career in U.S. government service, where I spent the vast majority of my time in the State Department, the Central Intelligence Agency, and later retiring out doing policy at the highest levels with the Department of Defense. Since that retirement, I got into the private sector. The Pullback Group is a strategy consulting firm. Basically, we use a combination of best practices and analytics and strategy implementation to help decision makers, make decisions and reach their end states. So we've got clients worldwide, mostly in the Middle East, as well as in Europe and Asia. We focus mostly in areas of strategy implementation, but as of the last, I don't know, year and a half, really have gotten involved in resiliency related issues. So energy, food, water, transportation. We also have connected tissues into the concepts and applications of City Labs, and we're really keen on looking at energy consumption behavioral changes. So those are the sort of the areas that we're involved in, and I'm very happy to be participating in this with you all.
Very good, thank you. James.
Finally, my name is James Agri-Orleans. I have sort of spent the last 25 years working in financial services, but the last 3, I've been involved in a number of blockchain-related projects, and there are a couple of them have had smart city implications as well. Right now, what I'm working on is an agri-tech project, but that agri-tech project speaks to the sustainability development goals and is actually yin and yang with smart cities. It's rural development. But I have a lot to learn, and I will be listening intently during the call today and adding my 2 cents.
Very good. Well, thank you. Actually, that's a very important issue that I look to get into is the city versus the ag area of smart cities, because they are actually related. People often only think of the urban environments. So that's great. All right. Well, yeah. Let's get right into it. So smart cities. What are they? There are millions of definitions, different groups define them in different ways. The public, you ask 100 people what a smart city is, you'll get 100 different answers. The public ranges from, the futuristic, fantastic, romantic idea of what a smart city is, to the mundane, more practical and realistic of infrastructural efficiency with electrical grids, water treatment, transportation, and so forth. So given that, as global thought leaders in this space, what is or is not a smart city, and what should the public and governments really be expecting when approaching a project? And, I throw that out to the room. Any of you can start answering, and we'll start the discussion.
I'll take it. If you don't mind, Richard.
Sure, go ahead.
So I've always known smart cities to be a new approach to urbanization that would bring together, community building empowered by the use of new technology. That's how I've always understood smart cities, and I think that, certainly from my time at MIT, that is probably a universally accepted, with nuances to it, universally accepted sort of definition. It is not this futuristic, to your point, it's not this futuristic, Hail Mary of this utopian sort of design. But really at the end of the day, it's, it's a concept to build social cohesion. And I'm really happy that James is on this too, because agriculture plays a tremendous, part of this. Especially when we look at, new systems that are associated with this to produce, food, clean drinking water, and energy near the point of consumption. And I think that those are really important things. So just, kind of in a nutshell, I figured, just sort of started off with a universally accepted, unless, Peter and James have additions to it, but it's just sort of a universally accepted baseline of what a smart city is.
I would like to chip in here.
Yeah, please.
And seeing as I'm speaking from Ghana and West Africa, I would like to give sort of our perspective on things here. So smart cities are a wonderful idea, but there are a lot of cities already built. And there are a few initiatives. I've heard of one in Senegal, and I've heard of one here in Ghana to build fresh new smart cities. But in the vast majority of cases, the cities have already been built, and we're adding smart functions. And so I'm not sure at what stage you have become smart as a city, but I know that, for instance, London, you can pay for your parking using your phone, and that's a smart function. I know that there are places in Spain where they only pick up the garbage when the garbage bins, and in Europe there's collective garbage disposal. So you're putting your household garbage into a larger bin. When that bin is full, it gets picked up. Now, so these smart, I see it as a building up of these smart functions up to a certain threshold, and then you will call yourself smart. I don't know what that threshold is, and I'm sure there may be people here who might be able to better define it than me, but I really see it as a collaboration between the citizenry and the authorities, and that collaboration happens through the gathering, sharing, and reacting to data.
Absolutely. Peter?
That's a good point. I mean, so I think that as the David and James mentioned about it, there's so many, I think probably more than 500 smart city initiatives. I'm working on a Vietnamese smart city projects, and inside of Vietnam only, more than 100 smart city initiatives are actually happening right now. So, I'm actually trying to approach the much more important portion to approach this kind of concept. The definition of smart city seems to vary by country and the region around the world. And since the term of the smart city become more and more common nouns in the last 5 years specifically, it seems necessary to be more cautious about the concept, from the perspective of the municipalities and central government. From my humble opinion, I think the smart city means the process of efficiently solving various problems inherent in the city. The way to solve the problem in technology, services, and policies, and human resources. I think that will be the thing that we need to think about when it comes to smart city. Since entering the 21st century, 20 years ago, in the era of rapid technological revolution around the world, like, just talking about iPhones and everything, the smart cities tend to be regarded as the introduction of the latest technologies. But I have a question though: how you are actually really diligent to adopt any kind of, the technological evolution, right? So I'm still learning the iPhone 12 and 13, so I'm still actually just struggling myself and getting to know what kind of function, because I believe myself only 15% of the functions of iPhone I use now. The rest of it, I have no idea. So that is actually a lot of organizations and industries, and even people, residents of the city, they actually consider smart city as only technology or services, but it's not. Attempts to solve the problems of the existing city, like kind of old city here in New York and London or Paris, absolutely the major cities in Africa as well. Those cities have been demanded steadily since the creation of the city. Even the old cities, like with the 500 years history, 1,000 years history, and it's like, if you imagine you just travel to Istanbul, Turkey, that's an amazing city, but there might be a lot of things you have to think about to be shifted and changes. it may also affect urban regeneration or brownfield or greenfield development. So in that respect, the government needs to be more cautious about the concept, philosophy, and action plan of the smart city building. In particular, the construction of new cities in Asia, the China, India, South Korea, Japan, and those kind of countries bring the major trend of smart city these days. I think that the governments needs to be much more open to the concept and philosophy of smart city, because those countries, they are mostly government top-end led the smart city initiatives, which actually consider the smart city is equals technologies, high technology is something. So this is because without the economic, cultural, and educational background or activities of people in the city, and that will be definitely the heart of the city. The sustainability is the key to support the cities anyway. Therefore, it would be good if a new technology were incorporated in the process of solving the problems existing in cities. I think that is kind of procedures of this kind of activities is a really important component of smart city, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. And, an important point you bring up there is solving issues and challenges that exist, and leveraging technologies, new technologies and processes into resolving those issues within. And that is a lot, I think, as between all of you, what you've said is what drives technology. One of the interesting things when I think of smart cities is that smart cities also are relative to time and development within a culture or a people's or geography, because where we are now compared to say the medieval period of time, we are definitely smart city compared to them, right? If they were to teleport today. And so it's always relative, the idea of smart city. We may in essence always be sort of chasing our tail in achieving smart cities, because all we're doing is really just incorporation. And again, collectively, you said that really is that smart cities is really all just about incorporating technologies. We've in another area that I'd like to get into before we leave the topic of smart cities in general is the expectation of technology. So we talked about how technology can solve problems. What is the expectation of fixing problems? And is there a potential that technology and machine learning and artificial intelligence and so forth can make existing issues worse by implementing or adopting some of these technological advanced systems? And again, throw that out to the room.
Can I maybe go first now this time?
Sure.
As I said, technology isn't the only way to solve the problem of the city. The most important thing is how citizens who participate in urban activities and can share their urban experiences. If AI or machine learning and technologies is really combined with this data, I think it will produce some good results out of smart city initiatives. Not only technology, but quality public services, innovation of local government agencies like municipalities, attraction of various companies, tech startups, and R&D centers or something like that, and improvement systems. Those are the key pillars in creating a smart city, I believe.
Yeah. David, James, anything to add?
I think Peter summed it up quite nicely, actually, for me.
Very good, very good. Certainly, yeah. Technology. One of maybe a sub question to that is, what about low tech solutions? I mean, I know there's a lot of emphasis, and it's always high tech and latest greatest is always sort of included in the idea or thought processes of smart cities. But what about existing low-tech solutions and being able to advance some of the existing low-tech options that can provide some of these same levels of efficiency? Are there opportunities there?
I think there must be. I'm not quite sure what low tech is, but let's look at some of the advances in
maybe existing tech.
Yeah.
Exist in tech. Okay. So, I mean, I think perhaps solar panels and sort of wind generation at a private level sort of fall into that. And, you know, there are initiatives around, I know certainly in the UK and certainly in some European and I believe even in America, certain states, it's possible to generate your own electricity and feed it back to the grid. That's smart. That's certainly smarter than a one-way pull from the grid all the time. And you know, with the right incentives, it can become a fully fledged system in which the generation of electricity is decentralized. So I think if that counts as low tech, then there's plenty that can be done with low tech.
Yeah, it's not to be discarded. Yeah, existing.
No, at all.
Yeah. So to add to what James just spoke about, and then even to what Peter spoke about earlier, you know, the technology that we use and that we're talking about, this enabling technology, whether it's high tech or low tech or just current technology, you know, it's typically limited to the optimization of the existing systems that are there in a city, and whatever that city looks like, you know. And I'm reflecting back on my years of living in Africa as well. You know, you've got a very complex telecommunication system in Africa. And the reason why you have that is because there wasn't this archaic infrastructure that had existed for 100 years. Take, for example, you know, Chicago or Washington, D.C. or New York, London, Paris. So you got this infrastructure that is there that that has to be somehow connected to. I keep thinking of like this Lego analogy. There aren't a lot of messy Legos in Africa to be able to connect to, so you can use the clean design with regards to telecommunications. Whereas in the United States or in Western Europe, you've got this very messy, chaotic sort of hodgepodge put together, pile of Legos thrown together. So I think that's important to understand. But really, and this I think speaks to to my background and more importantly my perspective, and especially in the conversations I'm in with my clients. Behaviors have to change. Yeah. I don't care what high speed, amazing, scientific, beautiful technology that you've got going on. If you cannot change your behavior, I'll just give you one example. I was living in the Middle East for the last 5 years. The vast majority of the villas that that are new construction within Saudi Arabia are LEED compliant. So you've got these, amazing lighting systems, amazing, electrical systems, and of course also there's, fresh water that comes in from desalination plants. You would think that in that sort of environment, that people would be more conscientious of energy consumption and water consumption. That's not the case. In fact, it's the complete opposite, because those people that live, especially on the compound that I lived in, their utilities they didn't have to pay for their utilities. And so consequently, you had people leaving lights on all the time, having their thermostats, turned down to the most comfortable setting that they could possibly have. And, spending, 3 and 4 hours in the morning watering their gardens and their patios. So until those behaviors change, everything that you do with regards to the concept of smart cities is moot, in my humble opinion.
Well, it's an interesting point. There's something for nothing, right? So if there's no cost or to you as an individual, there's no regard given to the resource itself, and history is littered with prime examples of that. And again, you're right. That speaks to human nature completely. It's we have to change our attitudes toward that, and that, of course, is a longer haul.
Yeah, I totally agree with the David's ideas on that. My humble answer could be like, it doesn't have to be high tech. I believe that I stick with the kind of policy that the maintaining a great balance of the high tech and low tech, mid tech, because when planning a smart city master plan, things to consider are population, history, culture, economic scale of the cities and urban infrastructure, GDP per capita, and the level of education of the citizens in the city. So even if we compare London and Hanoi, which are almost a similar population size, it is difficult to apply equivalent technologies. So what I actually was involved myself in the Cognicity initiative, which is a intelligent city in Canary Wharf. That is actually mingle of all high-tech things inside of the financial district. But in Hanoi, they're struggling to fight against the air pollution and water pollutions. So they are probably for them to build up the waste management system in Hanoi. That will be the #1 priority smart city functions out of this. So the concept of smart city can be seen only after abandoning the preconceived notion that is a smart city is really high tech. So I think that how to apply the balancing the low tech and high tech. Even James mentioned about the agri tech. So we are actually working on agri tech in Ukraine and Vietnam. So the level of the technologies could be maybe vary from the low tech, real low tech, to how to irrigate to let the water flows inside of the field, and even the high tech to collecting the data from all the genes or the how to just crop or something, right? So that is everybody's talking about high tech in smart city, but I strongly suggest to you that high tech is one of them, but probably maybe the majority group could be maybe mid tech or low tech in smart city.
Absolutely agree with what Peter just said. Phoenix, Arizona is a great example of that. They've been having water problems for the better part of the last 40, 50 years. That part of the United States has got these water sharing agreements with Colorado River. Richard, you're probably very familiar with this. So a lot of those states that are dealing with those water resource issues from the Colorado River have, there's tremendous political and tremendous economic strain that's put on that region because of that waterway. So to Peter's point about low tech, solutions, just one example, just one very, very simple, elegantly simple example of the way in which to conserve water and to repair the landscape and to restore it back to an agricultural system that existed between the 20th century was they have this initiative called Tres Rios, where what they've done is they've used a lot of water recycling to create these natural riparian areas that used to exist along the Salt River back in the late 1800s, early 1900s. So just that in and of itself, just using agricultural and irrigation techniques and systems that existed before the modern era, I think speaks to Peter's point. And there's nothing new under the sun. There's just smarter and better ways in which to do it, and those smarter and better ways don't always rely on technology.
I would just like to add to that, if that's
Sure.
okay, Richard.
Sure.
It sounds to me like the base of smart cities is really collaboration. And as the cities get smarter, the levels of collaboration get sort of more granular. And I think that's what's happening. And I'm getting an unstable internet connection, so better stop speaking.
No, all good. Well, I like that. It's truly not smart cities. It's
by the United States government first. That is the #1 concerns, and to meet some sort of a specific KPIs to achieve the goals of, reduce the carbon. But we need to just go, the case by cases, like smart cities in the developed countries and smart cities in developing countries. Smart city in, far behind the advanced, the conditions. So as an example, smart city project currently underway, we are doing right now in Hanoi. I'm actually considering introducing an electricity motorbike systems and waste management systems to clean up the air, because the the size of the population of Hanoi is almost equal to London. So about 9 million, almost 10 million people living in there. You cannot imagine how many scooters and motorcycles running around the city. It's actually outnumbered the entire public transportation systems. So everybody actually carrying out. You can even see the member of families in one scooter running around the city.
Yeah.
So those scooters is basically run by diesel and gasoline, and sometimes even you never know how old this scooter is. Probably maybe 20 years or 30 years. So there are two factors that actually cause the low air quality in the sky of Hanoi, which is from the mobility, those kind of the scooters or motorcycles. Number two, in the last 10 years, the average economic growth rate in Vietnam is 7%. It's actually the most, probably maybe highest, fastest economic growth countries around the world, in Asia, of course. So you can even see, new buildings popped up every single month. Whenever I just visit Hanoi, sometimes I lost my way, and oh my God, there was no building down there. It's now new hotels down there. So, but the thing is, there's no regulation to, cut down the kind of level of the pollutants, air pollutants, something kind of a lot of the, dust coming out of the site of the construction. So there's no such a regulation to protect them. I think that so that is kind of priority number one. Number two, to making the city much more livable. Probably you can actually match up with the kind of the goals of the lower the carbon in the city. So, but if you try to mention that in New York City, for example, that might be a little bit different. Or maybe in Texas, there are a lot of factories and industrial zones and producing the energies or something like that. So you need to go, the different take them different measures on the city by cities.
I would just like to add to that and say that obviously, as Peter mentioned, there are different countries are at different developmental stages. But that said, the SDGs form a framework for the governments to react and put the regulations in place to hopefully spur on some of these smart initiatives. We need regulations in place for carbon, for any sort of carbon dioxide collaboration to really work. So the importance of the Millennium SDGs, pushing the governments to make the environment hospitable for this kind of innovation is important.
Yeah, so I'd like to pile on what James and Peter just talked about and throw some ideas out. First and foremost, as an American, I apologize that the car culture in America is the way that it is, but I don't know how else to describe it. And then you want to reduce some carbon emissions, look at mobility issues. Get rid of cars that are over-engineered for what they basically do. I just had this conversation with a colleague a couple of days ago in preparation for this, and I was talking to him, and he's got I'm not going to use his name, so I'll tell you, he's got a monster truck. He's got one of those big Ford F-350 2-inch lift kit. And I asked him, I said, so, what do you use this car for? What do you use this truck for? Are you hauling dirt? Are you, hauling horses or something like that? And no, it's, more of a status thing than anything else, right? So it's over-engineered for what he actually uses it for. And he uses it to go to and from work, from home, and to run errands. So do you really need, a $60,000 or a $70,000, 4-wheel drive, truck to go and do those kinds of things, right? So if you a little bit of an exaggeration with my friend's truck, but that's how I feel about it. Like it's this, crazy behemoth, right? So so I guess the alternative to that is, what about autonomous vehicles? What about 3D printed autonomous vehicles that are able to get you along a route in your community, in your hometown or your city, that does regular stops to the to the bodega, or to the grocery store, to the Piggly Wiggly, to the pharmacy, to wherever you needed to go. So just by looking at mobility issues alone, getting those cars, getting 50% of the cars off the roads, and I'm thinking of the Western world, that in and of itself would be phenomenal. And then you think about the cultural applications of it. To Peter's point, in Vietnam, I was there in 2019, and I saw with my own eyes this elegant dance of scooters on these roads where nobody got in accidents, and everybody sort of were very intuitive, and like how they negotiated. I'm like, wow, that's pretty brilliant. I mean, that's just really something to watch. All right, well, what if you were to take half of those people, and instead of them driving their scooters, they walked, right? Or they rode bikes, or they took public transportation, because the public transportation system was people were incentivized to take public transportation. You'd see a tremendous amount of carbon emissions, cut almost overnight. But it goes back to my earlier point. As a humanist, I would say this. It goes back to my earlier. And until we start doing that, and any sort of ideas that we have, it's not going to make a difference, because as well as I do, Richard, that the car culture in the United States is such that really you're going to try and convince people not to own a car.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Because culturally we've been weaned on that since the Industrial Revolution. So
absolutely.
Bring that the idea again of perception coming up, because like in India, the perception of the majority of the population is that the public, so even if it is be reliable, the perception still needs to get adjusted so that they feel confident to be able to take it to get from point A to point B, instead of getting on their scooter, which they know they can do. And so again, it goes back to that that mutual understanding and cultural awareness and understanding about what these advancements can do. Okay, moving on. There's one other topic I want to cover under this, and that, of course, is sustainability. One of the big issues with smart cities, and again, the incorporation and integration of advanced technologies and so forth, is the sustainable aspects of it. What happens when things need to get updated, when hardware, software, as you have, micro systems talking to macro systems, and then you have cities talking to cities. When one city needs to get updated and hardware updated, and the other one is still on the other, what legacy issues can happen there? So what are your thoughts about that in regard to the sustainability aspect of integration and updating hardware, software, and so forth?
Well, you just consider that, you have iPhone system, right? So it's like auto updated, or sometimes you manually update them, right? So the same thing like with a smart city. But the thing is, if you actually just go advance into the kind of discussions of, regarding the city, this is much more sophisticated with a legal conflict, and also the major players, they actually trying to protect their profits out of this kind of whole scheme.
Right.
That's why we are approaching the smart city. It's not about the entire city. We're just talking about smart city London. It doesn't have to be entire London. Every city they go for the kind of manifesto, because I'm just a big believer of SDGs from UN, but the implementation is something different. So we urge the local governments to start with a small project, which is called the Smart City, testbed, which is actually the small or maybe mid-size of the scheme of the regulatory tech sandbox in it. So somebody, and probably maybe UN or government, they actually prefer to say living lab. But living lab is like kind of, not a commercialized implementation level. It's actually test stage. We just like prefer to say test bed with the commercializations with those kind of the solutions such as hardware and software. Everything we're just talking about, those software that should be updated, right? So we are basically need to talk about who's gonna own the data, how the data should be shared and everything. This kind of question is including that kind of notion as well. So that is something that kind of agreement between the public sectors and private sectors, and even the citizens or not citizens, frequent travelers to the city, they have to agree on how to be, the keeping up with the data shared and also updated with the data vault.
Yeah, very, very true. David, James, anything else to add to that? All right.
Yeah. So just briefly. So Peter brought up something very interesting, and this is the concept of having an environment to test all your emerging technology before you basically release it into the wild. So I think that speaks to the data, how the data is collected, how it's updated, how systems talk to each other. I'm a big advocate of this concept of a city lab, having an environment where the community of interest within the smart city ecosystem, in whatever spectrum they're in, they can go into a place like this idea of a city lab where they can basically test it out to make sure that it is what they think it is, and do it in a way that it is have a chance to sort of iron out all the kinks, like I said before, they released it into the wild. So I think that's one of the ways in which you can help with this data transfer and data understanding and growth and so forth.
Great. Yep. Maintaining sustainability is just absolutely critical to the success of any of these systems as they're implemented, because without sustainability, they die on the vine, 5, 10, 15, 50 years later. And designing toward that is always such a challenge. All right, trying to stay on schedule, we'll go to the last category, which is governments and cities. And actually, again, great segue, because we've kind of touched on some of these issues. And that has to do with, security, privacy, what data is being collected. Certainly, there's a tremendous amount of discussions and concerns at all levels across all countries about the issues and challenges with that, as well as the benefits. So getting into that, what types of data specifically do you anticipate being collected by systems that get implemented?
So I'll take the lead on this one. Being the government guy, right?
Right.
So in a lot of the conversations I'm involved in, the vast majority of the data that is universally pointed to is phone data. Clicking that button that allows for privacy on your phone is critical. So it's an education process with a specific population, whether it's Western Europe, because they had this argument at the highest levels, or this conversation at the highest levels just recently, with privacy issues related to social media platforms. The United States, I think, is just now really coming into its own to really understand the implications that are associated with this, not just from a commercial standpoint, but from the ability of, I'll just use this recent example of local law enforcement, federal law enforcement being able to track the movements of the rioters that participated in the riots in Washington, D.C. on January 6th. There was some publicly released footage of cell phone data, tracking the movements of these individuals from where they were at the listening to the president's speech, and then them moving down Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol building. So educating people that to know that their cell phone, if they decide that they want to have a cell phone, they're going to be giving up some freedoms. They're going to be giving up some autonomy related issues. Their data has the possibility to be shared. Now, that law enforcement example aside, a great other example of using data to better improve an environment through the use of cell phones is the small principality of Angora, right in between Spain and France. I don't need to tell you guys about that. You know where it is. But they recently used cell phone data to be able to understand the behaviors of tourists coming into their principality, to better service them, to better align amenities, to better align places to get gas while you're getting out of town, or things like that. So it's a real trade-off. But I think that we need to educate populations from a security standpoint, from a privacy standpoint. Hey, you can either opt in or opt out, to share your data. And I'm speaking specifically about cell phones. In some instances, people are never asked about it. But think about arriving into a country and you turn on your cell phone and you automatically get these welcome messages. Well, wouldn't that be pretty cool if in those welcoming messages, they ask you to respond either 1 or 2, that you would allow for your data to be, your cell phone data to be used in order to better your experiences in that country? Text back 1 for yes, 2 for no.
Right.
That I think would go a long way. I think in terms of trust, in terms of comfortability, and all of those things. So those are just some initial thoughts on that.
Yeah, I totally agree with David's comments on that, because this is very sensitive concerns and regarding the data. So that's why my initiatives in the smart city projects around the world is basically we are establishing the specific regulatory tech sandbox where the collecting the data and ownership of the data is actually happening there. Since pandemic last year, some of the countries like in Asia, like in South Korea, Singapore, Taiwan, and Vietnam, they actually have applied the tracking systems, just like David mentioned about everybody, an individual actually carry their own cell phone, the smartphones, and they have they force the people to the traveling into the country, they set up, they download the specific app, and then the government agency can actually just track it down, and you should be locked down your home. If you get out, they actually find them, or they find you where you're going. So this is very controversial that maybe the smart city collects all the individual data based on the smartphones or cell phones, that will be very tricky to develop the better smart city initiatives. So, sorry.
It's for you, Peter.
That's more.
It's the future. Okay. It's calling.
This is actually tracking systems, yeah. And so I believe that one of the platform we actually establishing right now is the platform that only the people signed up, electrically signed up for participating in the smart city agenda. So those whom, throughout the social media or some specific the tech sandbox platform, they are actually eager to share their data with the government sectors and also private sectors. So, for example, we are in Hanoi. We are actually targeting on reducing the conventional motorcycles and scooters by 2025, reducing by 25% of entire scooters in Hanoi. So, which is actually big challenging projects, but it's not about the shifting the existing one to the electric the motorcycle. It's basically we're changing entire ecosystem, providing the sensors. For example, central London kind of platform. And if you don't have any tag in your car, if you're just passing through the central London, you will be getting, fined from the transport, London transport, right? So the same thing, we are trying to find out only electric cars can access to the, designated area as a step-by-step. So that is one of the examples to collecting the data, to making the high tech much more feasible, or maybe making sense in it.
I want to add something there, Richard, which is
yes,
that
please.
we're at a very interesting stage in the development of the world. We have a number of technology initiatives that are really sort of enabling us to question those in charge of our countries and of the world. And in fact, there seems to be a bit of a movement to remove a little bit of that power. But when we talk about smart cities, we realize how much we rely on the government and the authorities. And in fact, we find ourselves in a spot where we actually must work with the governments. And this is kind of going against a lot of what's happening in technology at the moment, right? And so that keeps us in a very interesting time. We're having to balance these two polemics. I don't know if we lost.
Yeah, we
lost Richard.
I think.
Richard, right?
Well, James, I think that was very well said.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And we're at this point, I think, where there's this tension between this sort of autonomy that human beings want, but they still have this reliance on the services and infrastructure that governments provide. So how much do you give up and what do you receive for in exchange for what you give up? We refer to it in the United States as this social contract, that we've got this social contract with with our governments in order for us to have all of these certain things. We give up as citizens. We give up certain things, certain freedoms, for example. But one of the things that I think that would be of import as we I guess we're sort of wrapping up here with this whole discussion, is in order to really, and I've been thinking about this for a while, and I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on this, James and Peter, is I think in order for us to really do smart cities, do it in a way that we've sort of discussed, I made a little list here about this is what I think that we need to do, and I'm interested in your feedback. Create a process that brings together agile urban design methods. Okay, so that's the first thing. Emerging technologies, public policy, right, and inclusive decision making. Yep. So I just have this idea that, okay, nothing's going to change until there's a public policy, discussion. A public policy discussion has to be held from a grassroots level, from the community, from the citizens that live in that community. And then in order to implement this smart city concept, utilizing the technology, you got to have some of this agile urban design methodologies, in my humble opinion. And I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on this, James.
I think you're absolutely right. I think those 4 points that you made are absolutely right. We do need to start the public policy discussion, and then that sort of drives some of the other initiatives. But yeah, spot on.
Peter, what do you think?
Well, actually, yeah, you're absolutely right. Same thing actually James mentioned earlier, and David. I think that we recently talking about decentralization's approach, like a blockchain ecosystem. Yeah. We're living in the kind of era that the people making money through the Bitcoin, right? Yeah. So because the world is getting much more sophisticated, and people, even decades ago, the central dominance, the media and everything, they actually monopolized the sharing the data or also information. But now the people get access to any kind of data. They can actually even produce data by themselves to share with the other people. So decentralized kind of concept will be actually kicking off and probably maybe spur more in many different areas. So the smart city initiatives that I'm actually building right now is blockchain concept. Decentralized, the concept is actually embedded in there to get access to much more the frequent the citizens' activities. For example, like maybe we can actually maybe have another chance to talk about the agri-tech in small cities with James and maybe David together sometime later. But this kind of, we are talking about smart city. In my humble opinion, it's a smart city 1.0 now. So we're not talking about mature smart city. So you never know which way, which direction we can go with. But as I said earlier, though, the people should be centered into any kind of topics we're just talking about, smart city and the finance and agriculture. The most important component of the city to support for the future is the human. So I think that this is.
Yeah, so I think I'm looking at the time here. I think we're coming up on our hour, but I think if we just sort of close out with a couple of comments, I think that would help sort of put a bow on this whole conversation and package it up nicely and that we can go about our days. But James, do you have any sort of final thoughts on this conversation?
It's very exciting. I'm very excited. We have, as you mentioned, there's a lot of blank paper here in Africa. So we are likely to, at some stage, if all the right stars align, see some of the most interesting smart cities, because we'll be starting from very little in most cases. So we're very excited for what the future brings. I want to live to be 200.
So do I. Hey, Peter, you got any final thoughts?
I really enjoy the sharing our insights together. I think this kind of conversation always producing the better impacts and to the people who might be interested in what's happening with the city and what's happening with the many different topics with the city. So the PPP based smart city is the most important thing. As I mentioned earlier, the Asian nations, countries, they actually government-led smart city projects and everywhere. It's not going to actually last a longer time. I mean, because who's going to actually support the city? It's actually people and citizens. Even you can actually compare the city with other cities in Asia. If you actually visit, Nice, the beautiful harbor, beautiful, the city in South France. So actually the population is only 340,000 people there, but annual visitors to the city is more than 2 million. Yeah. So you have to think about, do we actually just stay with the only citizens or maybe frequent travelers to the Nice, environment? So the how to just inviting people and activities to the city is very important. The way of doing that doesn't have to be like kind of controlled by the government. It should be like a kind of flat and equal opportunities, achieving the goals and throughout the smart city platform.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you, Peter, on this, but add into the complexity of a world pandemic, and then all of a sudden, that changed the dynamics and way in which people interact with each other. So I think we're up on the hour. I'll just close out and say, I'm a humanist. I believe that until we change the behavior and universally accept, these ideas of sustainability, energy, reduce energy consumption, looking for those ways in which, technology, actually enhances and enables our human existence in these urban areas, these aggregation areas, whether it's out in the country or, in these little towns and villages and cities. I think that the future is exciting, to James's point, and I look forward to the continued conversation with both of you in the future. And I think probably with that, I will go ahead and sign off. And thank you again for all of the folks at Digital Week Online. This has been really enjoyable, and I look forward to collaborating with you in the future. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Thank you, James. Yep. Thank you,
Cheers.
Dave. Cheers.
Welcome to the Digital Week Online, who I'd like to thank for producing an excellent set of panels and speakers to date. Today we are looking at the fourth industrial revolution to Society 5.0, how we can create a more inclusive society with ESG values at the core. I'm Hilton Supra, the Vice Chairman of Studium Tech ABC, and I'm glad today to be joined by three amazing people. Nick Rousseau, CEO and International Collaboration Consultant of Unconventional Connections. We've got Lamondre Pugh, who's Chief Sustainability Officer for RU Global Impact, and Linda Gertz, who's co-founder of EVP DFM Data Corp. I would like to introduce Lamondre, Linda, and Nicholas. I mean, Nicholas is very experienced at managing or facilitating complex, high-profile international projects and initiatives. Most of his projects have a focus on innovation or technology. He is most familiar with the UK-China collaboration and has a keen interest in making agriculture and food more sustainable and much better for us. Then we have Lamondre Pugh, whose dedication to helping people unleash the personal potential that has quickly established him as a primer speaker and trainer. He believes that in order for an organization to be at its best, the people who make up the organization be at their best, addressing such areas as empowerment, diversity, technology, and accessibility. Lamondre helps people and organizations achieve that, their best. And least but not least, we have Linda Gertz. Yesterday was International Women's Day, and she loves educating about cutting edge technologies, and that actually brings her great joy. She helps to better understand or engage with the dynamic freight matching, digital agents,
electrolyzed reduced water.
Reduced water, or distributed ledger technology. She loves to point us to the powerful resources that could be life-changing experience and solutions. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about fourth industrial revolution and Society 5.0 in the context of over half the planet now lives in cities, and more than 2/3 of the world's population will be urbanized by 2050. Cities are proactively working across borders to build coalition networks and develop socioeconomic, financial, and education policies. They contribute to 4/5 of global GDP and are taking center stage in securing an inclusive, safe, productive, sustainable, and resilient future for humanity. For the last 250 years, the fundamental drivers of economic growth have been technology innovations, and the related revolutions that change humanity and our cities forever. The effects of these bigger changes that in all our history of humans since the sapiens, basically, evolutionary path. Now, digital transformation is really a 360 process triggered by increasing widespread digitization of the world's organizations and the economy. It is driven by a set of data-driven technologies to enable people, businesses, and governments to develop and hopefully focus on being much more sustainable. These technologies have the potential to radically change economic models, increase organization processes, productivity in conscious, mindful ways, and improve our lives overall. In the ongoing digital transformation that is paving the way to the fourth industrial revolution, which is, according to Klaus Schwab, the fourth major industrial era and aftermath of the 18th century industrial revolution, the new concept of Society 5.0 was coined, where we're basically looking at the quadruple helix of citizens, industry, policy, and society, and putting the citizen at the center of all that. So we are not slaves to technology, we are enabled by technology. And the main characteristics is this fusion and this interconnection of the processes, technologies that are leading to the blurring of physical, digital, and biological spheres, collectively referred to as a cyber-physical system, as well as integrating the organization and answering the needs, problems, and solutions in the framework of Society 5.0. So we talk about ESG. What is ESG? E is the environmental criteria, S is social criteria, and G is governance. So the question to the panel is, can the panel share with us, first, their passions, in terms of digital transformation and in terms of Society 5.0, and how technology can empower individuals and businesses by adopting ESG principles. Linda?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for mentioning the International Women's Day. Definitely a pleasure to be able to connect with this panel and to share insights. My experience base is from education, and had the pleasure to connect with blockchain in 2012, and since then have been on a journey. Some call it a rabbit hole. There's just so much to learn, and then the connections to be made are really wonderful. And there's two main areas I would love to discuss today that I think are really impactful and are going to be impactful, and maybe take us from Society 5.0 to Society 7.0 in a leapfrog of innovation. And I love that we're keeping the focus on the human being, the individual, and that's where it should be. With DFM Data Core, I'll start there because that's where I'm currently executive vice president. And as a co-founder of the organization, I have been just so pleased as to how they are integrating the ESGs into just the guts of the company. And for those of you that aren't familiar with dynamic freight matching, it's that digital connection of driver, tractor, trailer, load to make sure you're getting the most efficient match. And that's something, I mean, if you look at environmental impact, right now we have 30% of trucks that are running empty miles, 30%. Burning fuel, harming the environment with no economic positive impact, right? So that closest driver, tractor, trailer, load combination is so powerful. And we're providing a utility to enable those efficiencies to be not just gotten by that initial, I think it's about 7% of the marketplace that's adopted digital or dynamic freight matching, but for that 93% that still needs to transition to a more paperless, contactless digital infrastructure for the supply chains of the world, not just the US. And obviously I'm coming from the US with this perspective, and that's the initial impact zone that DFM Data Core has. But the social impact for the drivers, for the working conditions, the local communities that won't be having this inefficiency, just health and safety. I mean, there's so many aspects that play a role in the social side of things too. But one of the big focuses that we've had is on governance. And actually connected with Dr. Denise McCurdy, who has one of probably the only doctorates in blockchain governance in the world. And John Greaves, who is an international standards guru, actually holds the patent for RFID in manufacturing and has been really instrumental in helping us build out our governance infrastructure so that we can bring in all of these companies with their disparate needs and their different ways of doing business, and help everyone feel like there's a leveled playing field, that there's an opportunity, that there's transparency in the process that can allow them all to see the collective benefit. And so that's where I'm currently mostly focused, but also there's a digital agent innovation that's on the table that is playing a role in what we're doing with DFM. But I know I've kind of monopolized a good portion of the time here on the front end, so I'll hand it off the question to these other gentlemen.
Thank you for that, Linda. Lemondre, in terms of your views on technology and particularly how it empowers individuals, I know you're doing some amazing work in this area. Can you share with us a little bit of your experiences, what you're currently doing, and how you are working on adopting these ESG principles in the work that you're doing?
Absolutely. And first of all, let me say thank you. Thank you for hosting this panel and allowing us to share our backgrounds and our experiences and our insights with you. This is a wonderful opportunity to do that, to exchange ideas. Well, I am the CSO of Root Global Impact, and Root Global Impact is an inclusion firm that focuses on disability inclusion. And we do everything from working with organizations and companies in including people with disabilities to making certain that their systems are accessible, as well as the built environment, the brick and mortar structures as well. And what's interesting about that is so often when we talk about society 5.0 or the fourth industrial revolution, we oftentimes leave people with disabilities out of this equation. And this is a horrible oversight. And the reason this is so horrible is because it is estimated that there are over 1 billion people on this planet with some form of disability. That's billion with a B. And when you think about that, that means that everyone is impacted by disability at some point or at some way in their lives. I often say disability is the only minority group that anyone can join at any time. And in fact, most of us probably will, whether that be through illness, accident, or simply through the process of aging. As my grandmother would say, baby, you just keep on living. You will experience some form of disability. And the truth is, so often people with disabilities are left out of the equation. And that's because society, when I say we often approach disability from either a medical model or seeing it as a deficit or a problem with the person. Well, truthfully, I see disability and many others see disability not as a problem, as an issue, as something wrong or something is broken about a person. It is simply the fact that society has established barriers that have created oppressive situations for people with disabilities, and therefore not allowing people with disabilities to be active members of society in many ways. So the disability or the problem in itself is not with the individual. It is about the erected barriers that society has put up there. And so what we do at Root Global is we work to actively remove these barriers. We work to actively help organizations, corporations, global entities to help remove these societal barriers to give people with disabilities full access to integration into our communities in the various worlds. Now, what does that mean in terms of what's happening now with technology? First of all, technology has always been the great equalizer for people with disabilities. And I can attest to that because I am a person with a disability. I have spinal muscular atrophy. In terms of what that means for me, I can't walk, can't feed myself, can't bathe myself. But the truth is, because of technology, I can do pretty much anything that I want to do. I use voice dictation in order to type. My entire home is automated that I can control it with my voice. So technology has really helped me personally in terms of how I interact with the world. But here's the thing about technology, particularly technologies that are accessible to people with disabilities. I've learned a long time ago that if you make things better for people with disabilities, you make it better for everyone. And let me give you a real quick example of what that looks like. So here, particularly in the US, we've got curb cuts everywhere. Okay. Now, curb cuts were initially designed for wheelchairs to be able to access sidewalks so that we could traverse our city streets safely without getting stuck, in the street, that kind of thing. Well, the truth is, no one uses curb cuts more than delivery people, more than people pushing baby carriages or pushing grocery carts, or honestly, even though they're not supposed to be riding bikes on the sidewalks, bicyclists. So when you look at it from that perspective, it was something that was designed to assist people with disabilities, but society has a net gain. The overall broader society has the benefit from it. That is the power of technology and access to technology. I use voice dictation systems. I remember when this technology first emerged, I was using it with the particular one that I used was called Dragon Dictate. And at the time, Dragon was very cadenced. You would have to speak like, I am And there was no need for me to even try to say my name because it would never say my name, Lamondre. And that was the pace that you had to go. And it was specialized for people with disabilities. Now you can go into any retail store or order it online and everyone has access to it. And we even see where it's in the cloud now. So it's available free of charge. Again, something that was designed for people with disabilities, making it better for the broader society. And think about what that means in terms of translating things to different languages. Even though I don't speak that language, I can understand what someone is saying in that language because of the translation services that are now available. You know, COVID-19 opened our eyes to a lot of things when the world shut down and so many people had to return home and are working from home. Well, prior to that, there were so many companies and organizations that said we couldn't do that for people with disabilities, that this was not a possibility for us to do. But when the entire world had to go home, all of a sudden, we can do this. This is something that we can do. This is something that we can do, and we can do it well. And what we've seen is an increase of productivity, and we've also seen that people are actually getting things done. Again, an example of how making things accessible for people with disability makes things better for everyone. So, in just wrapping my portion up, the thing that we've realized is that society is changing and we are rapidly moving to society 5.0, but we will forever be behind if we don't start looking at the whole of society and recognizing that everyone has a contribution to make. And if given the opportunity, if given the access, it's giving the same opportunity that everyone else is afforded without the concept of deficit or less than, but only the concept of what is it that you can contribute. If we don't do that, then we're still going to be left behind and we'll be having these conversations for decades to come. So I'm thankful that we're having this discussion right now and we're able to move it forward.
Thank you, Lamondre. My background, I got my master's in special education. And one of the reasons I'm so passionate about what we're doing with DFM Data Core is the company, it actually baked into its bylaws is a donation of 15% just off the top to go towards building housing and supporting living for young people who are aging out of the school system, young people with special needs that have this gap where what do we do now, right? Parents that are going, what do I do to support my child who's now a young adult? How can I help them maximize their opportunities? And there's this lack of society support for that aging out group. Right. And that's part of the purpose-driven aspect of our company is to fill that gap. And I loved your passion. I love how you presented that, you know, when we improve things for those that need supports, we are supporting society as a whole. And thank you. I just very, very, very heart to heart on that. So
I appreciate that. Thank you. We will never be a full and inclusive society if we don't include and support everyone.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you for that. Lamondre, this is the most amazing moment where we're using technology to communicate ideas. You know, we've been talking along with Deborah for some time now, and I didn't know your story because that story is important, but it was what you were delivering, what your contribution to society, your contribution to our business relationship, your ideas. That's the most important thing. And didn't even occur to me that there were physical constraints in your life to such an extent. You know, you just this most amazing dynamic guy, and you get stuff done. This is amazing. It's a real eye opener for me. Thank you. Yeah. And Nick, I know you've been patiently waiting, listening to us at this very, very, very quite emotional time. But you've done a lot of work with regards to sustainability and etc. And of course, you know, you're very keen on collaboration and bringing people together, which is what your skill is. Talk us through that a little bit. Nick, have we lost Nick?
My internet seems to be a bit unstable just at the wrong moment, so if I freeze.
That's okay. We can hear you, no problem.
Great, thank you. So thanks for this, and I'm really pleased to Dimondra and Linda. I think we could have lots of conversations subsequent. It seems like one of the benefits of these panels is you kind of get alongside people who have overlapping interests, but you never quite know. I think that's what I like about the work that I do. It's about finding those areas of common ground. A project that we've been doing with India. So I'm based in the UK, and the UK government is taking the COP26 presidency this year, and it's a big challenge for everyone. Obviously, climate change is the biggest environmental potential catastrophe that we're facing. And so the world needs to work together, and the UK and India are keen to find ways which, as countries, they can work together. And the use of technology to support that is something which has been a particular focus for this work that we did. So we were looking at what it is that Indian businesses need in order to reduce their carbon footprint, what their focus is, and what the UK and its sort of tech system and companies could offer. And it's very broad. I mean, it's opened my eyes to a whole range of different areas that I wasn't aware of, and some that I knew vaguely about that I've had. But the one I wanted to focus on just briefly is that around industry. Economy, on continuing to produce, and yet that is fundamentally something that can be a challenge to sustainability. So in that. And talking to Steve Evans at Cambridge University, who's done a lot of work on this, there's quite a lot of different areas where digital technology can make a big difference to industrial companies. And the term they use is industrial digitization technologies. And you'll be familiar with a lot of these areas, Hilton. They kind of talk about AI, machine learning, big data as the sort of tools that can enable industry to be much more slick. So the challenges that they are particularly focusing on, and the example was three things basically. How can we help factories to do more with less? So how can they use less energy, use less natural resources, so reduce productivity? How they can become resilient to disruptions. Climate change is an inevitable reality these days, sadly, and weather extremes, particularly in India, are really quite significant. And then the third is actually moving towards an industrial system that can live within its means. And this touches on some of the things that Linda was talking about potentially. So just going through some examples of those. So benchmarking analytics is a tool that a number of increasingly to help companies to really understand their flows. And manufacturing and anything in the manufacturing supply chain has to work in the real world. And you can have a nice ideal model, but in practice, the world is a very complex and messy place. So IntelliSense is one company that focuses on the mining and extractive industries, where companies are having to deal with all sorts of logistic challenges, where the product is that they're trying to get out of the ground, managing resource flows. And IntelliSense has enabled a number of mining operations to radically reduce their energy use and improve their productivity through that data analytics and through the analysis of large amounts of monitoring of what actually goes on, and then building simulations and working out how to change those practices. Another area that is interesting to me is the potential role that companies, by managing their data demand more effectively, can then have on the whole grid. So Open Energy is a company that works with Internet of Things technology. So you can have an industry which relies on maybe refrigeration or some other process where there's a power profile, and that they can monitor the point at which the grid is under strain. They can choose to just shut something down briefly, and that can happen in very small periods of time. So it doesn't affect the operational of the company, but can make a big benefit on the grid itself. So that's a kind of looking at the system wide. And then you've got the potential for raw materials and materials that flow in and out of factories to be much better managed in the future. There's a number of companies looking at how to almost treat the kind of supply chain globally as a grid, and then to look at the loads on that and start to see how different raw materials are becoming available at different times and around that. So there's the term foraging factory sounds really fascinating to me as a concept. Factories that are sufficiently flexible that as they know that something is now becoming available in the vicinity, they can switch their production. So I think there's a lot of areas that are opening up because of technology and the kind of analysis potential and the ability to make decisions that are much more flexible than would otherwise have been the case. And I think clearly blockchain technology is a big part of that in enabling the transparency that we all need so that we can see the whole system and we can see where we fit into that. The other thing about blockchain, obviously, is it opens up potential for much more trusting relationships if everyone has a transparent view on the same data set and the same set of components within a system. And that's very big in the food sector, which is something that I have a particular interest in. But yeah, and I'm just drawing on a few examples from that particular work with India. And there's a big human dimension to this as well, which I hope we can come on to subsequently, but I'll pause there.
Absolutely. That's a nice segue into my next question. Thank you very much, Nicholas. I mean, at the end of the day, we are looking at human-centric solutions to solving the problems in the framework of Society 5.0 using the principles of sustainability, ESG, etc. If you look recently at the World Bank, which really looks at this human capital, the knowledge, skills, and health that people accumulate throughout their lives, enabling them to realize their potential as productive members of society. We as technologists and policymakers and influencers in this area tend to build technologies from our perspective and hope that that technology would be appropriate for developing countries where there's extreme poverty, where the societies aren't that inclusive, where we need to develop human capital. How does technology enable investing in people through things like nutrition, healthcare, quality education, jobs, and skills? What are your thoughts on that, Linda?
Well, education is definitely key, but I can try to educate you about how to code. And if you don't have something to work on, right, if you don't have access to the tools, then it's kind of like throwing a seed on concrete, right? The odds of it actually growing are super, super small. Although I've seen, beautiful things, life coming through what you think is impossible. And we've seen that. We've seen, amazing innovation coming from places that have very, very little access to what we would call, modern conveniences of technology and, 5G, different, touch points. And I'm looking at companies like the Raspberry Pi Foundation and what they're doing to make the actual hardware accessible, right? Just fundamentally inexpensive enough to be able to be disseminated much more broadly. And I'm looking at like the Threefold Foundation, where they're building an infrastructure that's a distributed infrastructure that allows for compute and storage at probably 10% of the cost of the current cloud. It's those things, and it's putting them together in the right place with the education to really enable opportunity in places with populations that haven't had it previously. And I think there's so much to be done, but it's finding those pockets globally and saying, okay, how can we be better together? And then how can we collaborate across, the NGOs, the companies that are wanting to have positive impact, the governments that are saying, this is important for us to, empower other countries to help, raise up their populations to better, because we are better together. We just collectively, globally, if we are collaborative, we all improve. And I just think there are those pieces, and they are starting to come together. And we need that wave to push forward. And yeah, that's. And I do want to talk about the digital agency that's enabled by emerging tech as well. But there's so much to be done, and the tools are currently at hand. So I'd love to hear the other gentlemen's thoughts about how to facilitate that.
Lamondre, we've spoken a lot on these subjects in the past. I'd love to share with the audience your views.
Absolutely. I think that the way we see human settlements has fundamentally changed forever. And we talk so much about technology and about how technology has elevated us and how it's thrusted us forward more quickly than we've ever seen before. However, we have a tendency to forget that not every community is connected, that not everyone has access to, let's say, a robust internet system. And so when we start to think about that, one of the things that we have to do is we have to back up. We have to back up and say, wait a minute, we have got to go back and take care of the basics. Because while we're talking about cities and that kind of thing, we have to remember that much of the world is still very rural. And much of the world does not have the infrastructure in place that supports this digital revolution that's happening. And so what does that mean? That means that much of the world will be left behind, even when we start talking about emerging technologies. So first we must go back and figure out how do we fix that infrastructure? How do we get people the access to it? I will tell you, and I will say it time and time again, access is the key. As Linda said, we can talk about educating and teaching people how to write code all we want. But if they don't have anything to write code on, if they don't have any connection to that for practical application, then it means nothing. So I think that what we have to do is we have to realize that we cannot leave those other communities behind, because if we do, the only thing we're going to do is to perpetuate the current situation as it exists. And that gap, that digital gap that currently exists, is only going to get broader. And what's going to happen then is that it would lead to greater levels of poverty. It would lead to greater levels of people not really being a part of this new tomorrow that we're talking about. And so again, we have got it's great, and we must think forward. We must think about what we can do and what we can achieve with the current technologies that we have and what we want to see tomorrow. But we cannot overlook the fact that when you talk about like nutrition and health and all of those things, that if we don't take care of the basic infrastructure of things, all of those things are going to be negatively impacted, and you will have a growing issue of the haves and the have-nots. And so that, I believe that is the fundamental piece of it.
Exactly. Thank you. Nick, your experiences working in India and that will probably resonate with what Ramondre was saying.
Yeah, just a little bit about me. My background originally was a psychologist. I went into user-centered design, and then I went from that into the UK government, where I was a policy official for many years before I started my international consultancy. And I think what I've seen throughout these things, and I think it resonates with what Linda and Dimwant have said, is that there's technology, and technology can be and open doors and knock down barriers. but the technology has to have been developed and refined and introduced in a way which takes full account of individuals that will ultimately use it, and society and the context and the governance structures that exist. You need to be very careful with technology. I find it can be easy to be to be overwhelmed by it and to see it as being, the solution for everything. And I think the more we can understand, as I say, empowering and enabling, and particularly maybe talking about those that are most disadvantaged in society. And what I've seen is in China and a number of developing countries, there's this concept of science and technology backyard platforms. And this is not about high tech. This is about enabling farmers to learn for themselves that if they manage their crops slightly differently, they will get better yields. And then you can overlay that, because you can't always see that in real time quickly enough, with simulatory technology. So there's a company called Flashy Science, which I've worked with, that have tools to enable education by simulating scientific experiments, laboratory studies, and organic processes, so that you can actually start to see how it is that nitrogen affects the soil, and actually what happens if you over apply nitrogen. And then the farmer can go out there and they can have a little field that they use to try out some new ways of working. That actually there's things that they can do. And so enabling and empowering people at the bottom of a pyramid is definitely something that can be done. It does take a little bit longer, but you can't just go out there and on them. We were looking to do some work with the Gates Foundation in Bihar, in northern India, one of the least developed states of India. And they have very, very small farmers, very little infrastructure. India is massively investing in digitalization of villages, on electricity access, on smartphone access, but you still got to understand farmers. What do those farmers want? They won't necessarily want to see a massive increase in crop yields. They might want to see just a little bit more that enables them to feed their family. They may not trust big corporates, foreign companies coming in with their big ideas. So how do you build trust? How do you find the local players that you can really work with, that are supporting, that are trusted by them? Think about sort of what is the market operation like? How do people take products? How do they get back on it? And how do you work within that? And the other thing about the Gates Foundation project was trying to look at how massive data sets that government holds could be used and made available to farmers to help them. But government officials, I know I've been one, they don't necessarily want to release all the data. They want to hang on to it. So there's so many different human elements that need careful look. And I know, Hilton, that you're very interested in this area of how technology and data insights can support people with disabilities and enable them to kind of be able to understand how their city compares with others, scope for improvement. And I think that's something that's hugely powerful and could have a real big impact. But what I don't understand enough of, for me, because I'm not in that position, is how would they interact with that data, and what would be a really useful insight for them that would enable someone to say, actually, I can now think about something that I can do differently. How do they often, I know in Sheffield where we live, there's a really strong group of people who are lobbying on behalf of people with disabilities and trying to identify practical changes that can be made. So how do those kind of groups work together? How can a data platform support that in the context in which they operate? So I think for me, that's the what I find exciting, and I think it's what's critical in technology. If you're going to have impact, it's about its kind of interaction with the human systems and the people. I'll stop there.
I love that. And if you don't mind, I want to speak into it a little bit, because the reality is you can't eat code, right? You can't consume data and have it actually give you life-sustaining outcomes, right? One of the projects that I'm most excited about is one called AgriLedger, and it actually helped the mango farmers in the Caribbean have a greater profit from their yield. So it didn't increase the mango yield. And now you're talking about some ways to manage data to do that. But the mangoes that they did produce, I think they got like 4x revenue from the mangoes over what they had gotten previously. And that was just because a tracking system based on blockchain was put into the supply chain. And it's those integrations of emerging tech that can go into those very fundamental things. I mean, we all need to eat, right? Life is sustained with clean water and with food, and seeing the integration of emerging tech into those systems is so powerful. And I was talking with a lovely lady actually on International Women's Day. She's a woman in the wastewater management system, right? And a lot of people don't realize that those were like critical workers, right? They had to show up every day. They had to be there, or else what would happen to the people that were expecting clean water, right? Like you and I. But she is looking at the implementation of blockchain technology in regard to the wastewater management system in a really unique way. And who thinks of dirty water as being a place you can direct technology? But it is. And it's these fundamentals of life that we need to respect and facilitate the appropriate integration, and always take into consideration the people that are boots on the ground, that are, hands in the dirt, that are, it's their livelihood at stake, right? That yes, it's a balance. And I think there is the coming together of the technology and the fundamental human needs in a very positive way across a lot of projects and countries right now.
Yeah, I would like to add this because I love this conversation. I absolutely love this conversation. And Nick, you brought some things up, and Linda, you did as well. The thing that really stood out to me is that diversity is necessary in order for sustainability to work. And what do I mean by that? If we're really talking about achieving a truly sustainable world, that means that we are tied together by the bonds of our differences. What do I mean by that? As you said, Hilton, there is no way that we can look at this from the perspective of everybody's the same. Everyone sees everything the same. As you said, Nick, it may not be a situation where this farmer wants a huge yield, but his goal is simply, or her goal is simply, to feed their families. And it may be that this particular person over here does want a huge increase because they're like the industrial farmer and those kinds of things. But that does not mean that one size fits all, because the goals and the objectives are completely different. So now, having said that, there has to be some basic things that allow us to interact. The question was asked, well, what do they do with the data, and what data would be best for them? Well, first of all, access to the data. It's almost like this. If sisters, I'm going to use people with disabilities because that's the lens that I operate from. If a person could not access a website that contained that data, because let's say that they were blind and the way that it was set up, the tables were not properly labeled and all that kind of good stuff. So now they don't have access to it. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what that data set is, because they can't access it anyway. And so the only thing that they can do is then work from an interpretation of what that is, as opposed to being able to access it themselves. And the truth is, if we can gain basic access to things, those innovations will emerge. Those things will emerge. I even think about the usage of artificial intelligence, or AI. And I think about how some amazing things have been happening in terms of AI. But then I also think, but what if there are biases that are built into it that discriminate against people with disabilities? And so now what happens is that thing becomes perpetual, because as it learns and as it evolves, it only deepens those biases. So the thing that I think about is it's our diversity that we really have to focus on, even the creation of emerging technologies, but having operating from a base point of accessibility, from a base point of a basic perspective of, okay, when we create something, let's not think of accessibility as an afterthought or build it afterwards, but let's bake it in from the very beginning of, we want is to have access to this as possible. And so you design for that from the beginning as opposed to retrofitting. And honestly, I believe that all of our systems have to operate that way, whether it be technology, whether it be society, whether it be governments. All of it has to work that way. And that's the only way that we will truly be able to achieve sustainability.
Yeah, and there's going to be auditing, mandated auditing on an annual basis for AI bias. So if you're using AI, you're going to have to be checking it against the appropriate parameters to make sure that it isn't biased against, diverse groups. So there's a lot of thought that's been going into that already, and there is a roadmap to address that, because it is a significant negative impact if it's not addressed on a consistent basis, because AI learns. And the digital agency that I see coming, the ability for each of us as human beings to have AI, to have an agent that acts on our behalf in the digital world and uses something like a multi-key that uniquely identifies us, but allows us to independently be connected to multiple ecospheres, even simultaneously, right? Because the government might not necessarily need to know about my cat and what I do with my vet, but I need to have relationships with both. And your .edu and your .social media and all of those kind of subdomains that we as human beings have, we've never owned that digital footprint. We've always provisioned ourselves into somebody else's space. And now the technology exists that allows us to have that digital agency and to have our agents learn, right? And with thing applications. And just like you said, we're all different. Everybody doesn't want the same thing. Everybody doesn't need the same thing. The apps that I have on my phone are very different from the apps that each of you might have on your phones. And the same thing, the thing applications that my agent is going to be able to learn and act on my behalf need to be very different, and will be very different from what your agent needs to be able to do on your behalf. And the fact that that technology exists and is emerging to be put to use on behalf of human beings and individuals to give us all a digital footprint, I want the infrastructure to be in place to enable it, not just for any specific country or any specific economic group, but globally for people. And that's that universal framework of things that is going to be built needs to be inclusive of humanity, or else we will hurt ourselves and we will create a false sense of reality, a false sense of what economy is, a false paradigm.
You know what? It is so interesting as we have that conversation. I'm so glad you said that, because we do indeed have a false sense that we're further along than we really are. And I think that the pandemic has shown that in some incredible ways. Lord knows the situation that happened here in the U.S. in Texas when the with climate change, with the winter storm that happened, and how the entire grid went down. So it told us that while we thought we were at one level, we're really at another. So we really have to take that time and pull back and kind of evaluate where we are and focus on infrastructure,
the
and
fundamentals.
Absolutely. And not allow the tools to overtake. I think you said it, Nick, and not allow the tools to become the thing, but allow that tool to really, how can this tool really serve humanity? Because it's all about safety and protecting the planet.
Exactly. Nick?
I think we're getting to the end. I think what I'm reflecting on as we're talking has affected all this and our experiences of that. And And I'm very fortunate with my wife. We live in a very pleasant house in a lovely area. And I know if you have kids at home, it must be absolutely so tough to kind of balance their needs and your needs and trying to keep working. I think that's really positive that's come out for me, because I talk to people around the world a lot. And actually, one thing that I've not been able to do is travel, which has been very sad. But it also means talk to a lot more people. People in the US in the evening, I can be talking to China and India in the morning, and all in the same day, and I can get a lot more done that way. I'm not jetting around, as well as obviously the carbon footprint benefits. The thing that's I get onto a Zoom or MS Teams meeting or a WeChat or whatever it is, the first thing is, how is it going with you? Thing playing out, how's it going in China? How's it going in India? And that sense of common experience, even though it's different, even though we all think our governments are doing different levels of good or bad or whatever, we've all got that connection and that real sense of all in it together. Where if we could kind of carry on with that around climate change, around sustainability across a whole range of other areas, being open to finding common experience with people, and the very simple technology of Zoom or whatever it is, well designed, if it fits with human interaction, then it's enormously powerful. I think it was Linda was saying, we're all in this together. We need to become more and more connected. And even as we don't travel, maybe, but we can still be connected. And another thing I'm playing to Des Moines' point about people working from home, it seems to me, from my limited knowledge, that a lot of the issues that people have in being able to engage in the workplace are functional of the workplace itself. Their home environment is usually optimized for their own needs. So if you can be working from home rather than going into a workplace, you can time things according to you can be on and off as you need, and have support structures, you can have whatever you need around you. And then you can be much more functional and you can actually balance things and it can be much more productive. So I think I'd be interested in your perspective on that, but it seems to me that there's, again, as businesses and organizations are learning that actually they can trust people to work from home, it will open up for people in work contexts. So I think there's definitely some positive things coming out of what is otherwise being a very traumatic period.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Oh, yeah. I was gonna say in terms of working from home, you're absolutely right. I do believe that there has been an exponential benefit in terms of people being able to be in their own environments. However, whenever we're talking about integrating with other systems, there's still some significant challenges in terms of accessibility that I think have to be addressed. Now, what's interesting is there are many businesses who said that they could not address them before, but once COVID-19 hit and they had to, they did. And it's opened up quite a bit for folks. And what's interesting, you said it was a function of the workplace, but now people are working from home. It is so interesting because the phrase has now moved from "I work from home" to "I live at work." So it has definitely changed. It has definitely changed the perspective, but I believe that is still a net positive in terms of people being able to actually access systems and being able to work. And I'm not just talking about people with disabilities. I'm talking about people across the board. And it is amazing to be able to speak to people in China and then the Philippines and then in Israel and then all of these different places in the same day. Amazing.
Totally agree with you. I mean, this has been a very, very, very enlightening discussion. And this could go on for hours. We could have this conversation going for hours, but we've got about 2.5 minutes left. And I really want to leave this panel with the opportunity to really just for 30, 40 seconds, just look forward and say and think, where will we be in the next 5 or 10 years with the enabling of technology, particularly in terms of sustainability, etc.
Do you want me to go with ladies first again?
I was waiting you would jump into the fire.
I believe we're going to continue being more and more connected. And I think the ability for human beings to have digital agency, to own their digital footprint, and to be able to interact in ecospheres collaboratively in a way that has never before been possible is going to leapfrog us, not just any specific country, but us collectively as a world into humanity 7.0. And that's what I see. And there's going to be a lot of infrastructure aspects, but we have so much that is already happening, and COVID has accelerated that. We're going to be global in a very unique way, and technology will enable it, and will still be that dialed in community-based collective that has a global perspective. So look forward to that.
Thank you. Nick?
It's hard to capture in 30 seconds, but I level of counterintuitively, despite the inability for international travel, and I think that is hugely powerful. And if our governments could get over the need to kind of protect borders and to sort of somehow kind of play to their own constituency, I think humanity has a lot more hope through these kind of connections and contacts and communications and all the richness that goes with that. And technology is clearly absolutely essential for that. So I'm
Andre?
Yes, I believe that within the next 10 years, we will see more relevance as to why our diversity is so important. I believe that there will be an empowerment of the individual, which only strengthens society, and that those barriers that existed before in terms of geography, in terms of access, that those will be significantly diminished, and we will see people being valued because of what they can bring to the table, and not because of the color of their skin or the abilities that they have in their physical body, but simply on the merits of their character and their contribution to society. I'm an optimist, and I believe it's up from here. I believe that we've got some amazing days ahead of us, and I am so thankful that you all are a part of this, and I can be on this journey with you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much indeed, Lamondre. Thank you so much indeed, Linda and Nick, for your such valuable insights and contribution to this most exciting panel. And I would be encouraging the three of you to contact each other and talk together, because I think we can build great things together. Thank you very much, Digital Week, for putting us on this panel, and we look forward to seeing you soon. Goodbye.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for this great day and great insights. Around 30 speakers, around 6 panels, and people from all over the world. We had around an average session of around 500 to 1,000 views. And congratulations to everyone involved, especially our team. I'm here just to wrap up the day, a couple of notes. Thank you, everyone, and as well with my partners and friends, Serafima Senkina and Hilton Supra. So I'll pass the word probably to Serafima, that was behind the scenes producing this, and as well was in the first day, on the Women's Day, moderating a panel, but has been on the production of this. And then we'll wrap up and do a bit of some of the top things that came out of the day.
Well, firstly, I would like to thank the team of the Digital Week Online for giving Studium and Open Business Council the opportunity to host this amazing day on digital transformation. I would like to thank all of the Studium team that have been working to help us to organize this. And I would like to thank you, the audience who joined us, and I hope learned some wonderful insights on digital transformation and some tricks about the process, how to use digital technologies and create new existing business processes, culture, customer experiences, and meet business and market requirements. Thank you to everyone, and it's been a great pleasure.
Thank you so much. That was been thoroughly enjoyed this day. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, I have seen, because we've done a couple of these before, and they just get better and better and better in terms of the team of people that we've put together, and also the who've come on board, and the communication with our team. You know, everybody's been super, super, super helpful. I mean, we're building a great community of technology enablers, a great community of specialists in their field. And, you know, we're really, really opening up a channel of communication, of knowledge that I think is second to none. And I'm really, really glad to be on this journey with all of you.
Yeah, and I think picking from that, Hilton, I think we had 7 panels today with an average of 5 people, so around 35 people that were here. Like you mentioned, global experts from the European Union to top universities, experts in technology, blockchain, AI, but as well experts in digital inclusion, and actually touching the biggest problems that we're facing nowadays, from people that work with the likes of Gates Foundation to the World Bank to the United Nations. I think, like Serafima mentioned, these are the biggest topics of our time. And I think wrapping up the day, I think probably the most important is, especially for everyone listening to us around the world, there were a lot of very constructive solutions put, from cybersecurity to society 5.0 to the areas of how to look at the 4th industrial revolution, but as well apply this to day-to-day healthcare, ed tech, DeFi, which is, I think there was a fantastic quote that I think reflects a bit of the challenge that we're facing when it comes to digital and finance and all these different areas. That at the moment, DeFi is the biggest ever digital community in the planet. That is a decentralized one, and using these technologies to empower people, first of all. But of course, these technologies have as well a lot of issues and concerns that we have to have. So I think I want to definitely thank everyone that participated, especially the speakers that were with us and moderators that did a fantastic work to put this together. Our team as well behind the scenes that Serafima has been coordinating. So Anne again from Vietnam, Leona Costa as well from Vietnam, and as well Sylvia Tomakova that is from Slovakia. So I've been having people all over the planet. Hilton is from Lisbon, I'm in London. So we have a very global team as well. The Digital Week Online had people in Hong Kong and in St. Petersburg and in Moscow. And as well, our speakers are coming literally from everyone. For instance, the last panel, we had people from the US, from UK, and we had people from Africa, from a lot of different areas. So I want especially looking at the topics, and I think making a kind of a probably challenging the people listening to us. We still have some people listening to us around the world. I think it's probably, I know that some of these videos will continue live. So I would suggest that the ones that are still with us, that engage with us, please use these opportunities to gather some insights and engage as well with some of the speakers. Most of them are available on social media. There's YouTube channels for some of them. There's the YouTube channel, Digital Week Online, or all these lives are going to be published and they're already live. And there's already around 20 to 30,000 views that are just on the day today. So we're very proud of that success. But one of the things that we want as well is making sure that the learnings and the interaction that's here and the community that we have here can actually be pushed together, like Hilton said, to create a community and to create as well insights and value for everyone. And I'll pass the word probably for Serafima and Hilton to finish. We are open to a lot of these things. We are, as Serafima mentioned, so I'm the founder and leading personality behind openbusinesscouncil.org and citiesabc.com that are partners of Digital Week Online. And this event is co-produced as well with intelligenthq.com and as well with our websites edgethink.com and tradersdna.com and fashionabc.org. And of course, one of our editors, Hernaldo Turillo, I cannot forget him, has been as well helping us with content and a lot of social media impact. As well, there's a lot of work behind the scenes, but the most important is how can we bridge everyone involved. And of course, with our team, Serafina and Hilton, what we've been trying to do is bridging research, academia, business, and institutions. And I think we are as well working with RU Global, that is an organization focused on digital inclusion, and is one of the main focus how we can actually empower a lot of people that have low voice online to use these tools to create better understanding, education, and so forth. I don't know, Serafima and Hilton, if you want to say something more, and I want to thank everyone that is still here with us after this marathon.
Well, I believe, Dennis, you covered most of things, but I would like to add that for us at Studium, and I believe speaking from everyone who spoke today at the conference, digital transformation as an aspect is not that much about technology, but about people. And I would like, as Hilton said today, let's be enablers to technology and not slaves. And I would like for people who were watching us today to perceive the right mindset and use technology to benefit from it, to create social good and make the world a better place.
Brilliant. Thank you for that, Serafima. I mean, one of the things that resonates with me the most is that COVID-19 has really given us an opportunity to really look at what we all can contribute to our families, our friends, our associates, our businesses, and society. And in fact, even though we are distanced physically, we are connected significantly by technology. And this has really accelerated, I think, the digital transformation of society, with one caveat, that we are at the center of this. As you said, Serafima, you pick up on that, in the context of Society 5.0. It is technology is an enabler. It has enabled us to do this today. It's enabled us to connect people from, Dimitrios Parasakis from the European Parliament to Kieran Fernandez from Durham to Professor Yu Chong, who bridges between China and the UK, with Selena Lee, who's from Vietnam, all the way through to John Sharp, who I think is in Australia, to Melanie Moore. She was in Marsh, I think she was in Singapore, and Calvin, I think, was in Singapore as well. Calvin Ng, who's the founder of Platis VT. And then we had Sean Kiernan and Ashad Khan, Mike Kisler and Alex Batlin and Derek Main, everywhere from Middle East to Canada to all over the world. And then we had with China, we had Adita Malik from who was on Talent Hedge, was a major education institute and professors from the National Institute of Technology in Allahabad. And then we had people from Marsha Healthcare, and we had psychologists and Nike Sports. I mean, then moving on, we moved on to cybersecurity and the major contributions from people in the Middle East, major contributions from Adam Roosevelt, Chuck Brooks, Fernando Martino, Johannes Druchach, in terms of the work that they've been doing in terms of cybersecurity and cybercrime. Then, of course, we had Peter Chun, who's from the World Smart Cities Forum, who was still locked down in New York, even though he's based in London and the Far East. And then we had David Kasten, who was, I think he's out in the middle of in the mid-state somewhere in the cold. And then we have James Orleans, who is from Ghana. I mean, this is just incredible. And then when I was speaking to Nick Rousseau, who's based in the UK, in the Midlands, then we had Lamondre Pugh, who's out in the United States, and Linda as well. So we just crisscrossed the world with the most amazing people. And we brought this community of people together, and the knowledge and insights and the passion and the motivation that they have is inspiring. It really, really makes my day, and I'm really glad to be part of that. And I hope that all of you who are participating and watching all the panel sessions and this wrap-up session would really go back and start engaging with these amazing people.
Thank you to everyone.
So we still have, we still have 300 people listening to us, so probably can actually get a bit more. So Srafima, do you want to just highlight about the group, about Cities ABC and Open Business Council, and as well our partnership that will continue with Digital Week Online?
Well, we're very honored to be in a partnership with Digital Week Online, and also to organize our Open Business Council Summit that is coming on 22nd of April, on the 20th to 22nd of April, together with Open Business Council Awards, where we would provide, where we would enroll companies for the awards and provide multiple incentives. You can look it up on our websites that are connected to the Digital Week Online. Dinis, I would like to pass the word to you and more tell about our group, because I don't know, you are the heart of us.
No, we are all together. So I think probably I want to touch a couple of things. So Wilton mentioned. So first of all, a very special thanks for all the moderators. So we had today, I think especially besides the three of us that have been moderating panels, but we had Azad Sultan that joined us from Malaysia and did a fantastic panel about cities and nations funding, business startup ecosystem and digital strategies. We had Irinda Mishra that did a fantastic panel on digital exchanges 4.0 and centralized versus decentralized. DeFi, and there was a fantastic panel that actually had people from multiple exchanges, but as well in a lot of different solutions here. And of course, we had the EdTech, Executive Education, Health Tech, Next Frontiers, that was moderated by Nitin Karla from India. And Irinda, by the way, has been based between London and UK and as well Mauritius in Africa. Then we had Business Digital Transformation, Cybersecurity and Cybercrime that was moderated by Agya Shiv, that is a CEO of Sikra and joined us from Middle East in Dubai. And then Super Intelligent Cities and Carbon Footprint, Sustainability and Governments and Cities was moderated by Richard Straits, that is the COO of Roof Global Impact, and joined us from the US. And of course, the last panel was you, Wilton, which was as well about the future, about the areas. So I think just for people, and bear in mind that we still have 400 people listening to us. I don't know if there's any questions from the audience on any interaction that it is. I would suggest, please, that or go to my Twitter account or go to our YouTube channel, both the Digital Week Online YouTube channel or my personal YouTube channel, Dinis Guarda, where there's a lot of work. And one of the things that I would like to add, some of my notes of the day, and I think this is particularly important, is that we are effectively, when it comes to digital transformation, in a fantastic catalyst moment in history of humanity. That is where we are reconfiguring, especially global and regional supply chain flows, especially with the increasing digitalization that COVID-19 accelerated. And I think for people listening to us, especially people that are more digital savvy, the opportunity is massive. And one of the things I always tell people in my network is use these tools wisely, but use it for your own sake. And I think, for instance, if you look a lot of the things happening in the DeFi finance, in Bitcoin, there's a lot of people making quite a lot of money and results, but not just the traders, because the traders, of course, have much more knowledge and they have to be much more prepared for this. But a lot of people can actually learn and create reward systems through these tools. And I would urge people to study this and to learn how to take this to their lives, to improve, and as well to have ownership of their data and ownership of their knowledge, because in the end of the day, knowledge is power, and power is the way we can act together. And I think especially this was a digital transformation day for business, cities, and governments. We had as well the founder of the World Smart Cities Forum, Peter Chan. And one of the things that we've been seeing is the lack of preparation of cities and governments for digital. That was highlighted, for instance, by Dimitris Psarakis, that for instance, the European Union, which is over 500 million people direct and around 27 countries, has only 50 people looking at digital. I'm talking from a regulatory and parts. And this is kind of scary. Of course, there's thousands of institutions, but it shows as well how even the wealthiest and the most prepared countries in the world are still laying behind when it comes to digital. And my first film that I passed in the day was There's Only One Economy, the digital economy. It's a provocation, but I think it's key for everything. And there's a wrap up of this day, because if you don't look at these digital tools in the right way, we can just continue going, but we're going to have a very dystopian, probably Blade Runner world that is going to be coordinated by robotics and by big corporations and so forth. So I think we can actually make a better super intelligent society. That is the concept of Society 5.0. That is something that we are pushing forward as a concept of ours. And as well, my next book is going to be Society 5.0 Magna Carta. And I think it's really key that we look at these concepts, not just from the theory, but from a practice. There's a lot of things happening that are fantastic. For instance, Nick Rousseau mentioned about a community of farmers around the world, especially from India and Africa, that are creating data to improve their crops and their capacities and their financial inclusion and empowerment. And these things is where we actually have so much opportunities. But of course, this implies that you get out of our comfort zones and engage on this. Hilton, as my partner and as well someone that's been coming from corporate world, I want to probably put you a challenge. You are right now in the entrepreneurial world, and of course you could be having some fun with some of the things you achieve in your career, but you are here. So I think I would like to hear probably from you personal why you are so engaged when you could actually be enjoying a more calmer life, probably in some of the things that a lot of people have. But I think this is important, especially because I'm very respectful of the way you put your passion and enthusiasm to build as well what you're building, especially the openbusinesscouncil.org and Cities ABC, our biggest platforms, but as well fashionabc.org. But this implies as well a lot of getting out of your comfort zone to create something that is not easy. It's very persistent and very difficult day by day. For everyone listening to us that is entrepreneur, they know what I'm talking about.
Thank you for that, Dennis. No, it's been I mean, as not many people know, I was born in Africa, and until the age of 17, you know, I very much lived in Africa, and then I came to live in England and got educated in England at university, etc. But I always was fascinated by technology and how technology, certainly technology has really made my career. I really did use technology to the best of its ability to really get to where I am today. But I realized by being born in Africa that if you use technology right and you empower people and you make their life much better, it gives me much more satisfaction to be an enabler and a mentor and a guide that really helps humanity. For some reason, that's been probably one of my passions. I enjoy seeing other people succeed. And if I have a small part in that, a little bit of advice or some enabling technology to help them, I'm all in. You know, I don't want to sit back. You know, at the end of the day, as you say that, you know, every business is technological. And at the end of the day, every life is full of motivation, drive, work, education, socializing. And if at the end of the day, it's not a linear concept, it's a cluster concept of where you are, as I say, you know, we talk about Society 5.0, where you put the individual at the center of the ecosystem, which has enabling technologies around it. It's the same thing with me as an individual. You know, whether I'm educating myself at the age of 60 by learning about NFTs and learning about blockchain and trying to do a bit of coding here and coding there. You know, I may not be the best coder in the world, but at least I understand how it works because I see the power of it. I see the power of the technology. And working with Serafima and you and the rest of the team is like I feel I'm home, part of a great family. So, and we can do great things together. And I really want to highlight that with this passion that we have and drive and motivation that we have, we really want to encourage all those who are still on the panel, on watching this. If you have a startup idea, if you have some idea, we can help you. We can help you on the technology side, but we can also help you with our awards. We created 6 categories: artificial intelligence, blockchain, for smart cities, digital wellness and well-being, health tech, big data analytics, social impact categories. There are over $1.5 million worth of prizes, benefits, and for the winners of these awards. I would encourage everybody sign up for the awards because you never know. This could be a game changer in your big idea. So go to Open Business Council Summit and Awards and apply.
Thank you so much, Hilton. I think this is really important. I think a lot of the things is people need to look at the opportunities in front of them. I think we are in a world that very, very easily we can see just the noise and we forget the substance, we forget the people that are there. And like us, and like you just mentioned, there's the awards, there's a lot of engagement. Even the DigitalWeek.Online is a quite generous space. There's tomorrow as well, another day, there's after tomorrow. So there's until Friday, a fantastic program that is not an easy one that joins over probably 200 people and thousands of people around the world. But I think the opportunity is that there's so much stuff that people can use to improve themselves, to create better lifestyles, to create self-development. And I think this is the point. And I think Hilton is a great example of someone that could be joining and probably having some fun with the deserved rest that they've been having a fantastic career, but is here full of energy. And we have fantastic people in our team around the world, from Vietnam to Africa to Europe. Serafima is joining us actually from Barcelona as we speak. And actually she's been quite ill and she's here with her energy and positivity. So I wish everyone listening to us to be patient, to be persistent, to fight for their dreams, but as well to do something that can change this world. Because if you just see the internet and if you just see the things, you tend probably to go more on the negativity than actually the positivity. And that's so much fantastic things. You just go to YouTube and probably you have like hundreds of lives like this around the world with thousands of people. So you can learn a lot, but you can actually get a lot of advantage as well. So I urge people to really look at these things and especially look at these concepts from Fourth Industrial Revolution to DeFi to Society 5.0, which I really suggest everyone to study because it's a better way to understand the concepts of our time and as well understand the opportunities that we have. And I think I want to wrap up with that. Thank you, everyone. I think we still have around over 300, close to 300 people listening to us, but we're going to wrap up. I think every panel of this day is available. Everyone can actually enjoy. I will finish probably the small film that I did that is precisely about this, that every business is a tech company. And this as well a research that I've been doing visually about these areas. And I think is the way to finish the topic of the day and anything. And of course, welcome to everyone from around the world. And thank you for being with us, which we are very grateful. But use this to engage. Please engage is really important. And thank you to Digital Week Online as well for having us. So I'll just share the screen and we'll go through this.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, everybody.
Denise, if you want to unplug the earphones.
Yes.
Thank you.
And the sound, yeah.